YouTube has started up. Hello, YouTubers. Welcome to the beginning of stream. You guys probably have 30 minutes of me chewing the fat with chat and maybe cleaning up stuff around my desk a little bit. And then we will get into the project where we will work on making these spinny lights. This would have been like a 5-minute thing if I weren't streaming it. Why did this not turn on? What are you doing? Oh, you're not on. There we go. Okay. This would have been like, you know, like a 5-minute YouTube video where I'd skip around and we'd skip all the assembly stuff and me looking for the glue gun and things like that. But, you know, streaming is a different animal. It's sort of a little bit kind of a different form of entertainment. And so you guys get to see sort of the struggle. The struggle. I'll call it a struggle. These have been a nice, easy project because it's literally just flipping a switch, right? But I wanted to do a little bit more of the follow through because streaming is streaming and YouTube videos are YouTube videos. And I was getting into a little bit more of a YouTube video mentality where one and done, make sure it's barely working and then do all the work on the side. I don't want to do that. I'm going to do the work with you guys and we're going to finish this today. Or if it's not finished today, I'll do the work in the background. But really, literally all we're doing is putting posts on things and then wire wrapping them. Like the ESP8266, it has a slightly different pin pitch than all of the prototyping stuff that we typically use. Typically, we have 0.1 of an inch between pins, or 0.025 millimeter or something, or 2.54 mil, and then the decimal place, I don't fucking know. Anyway, 0.1 inch, 0.01 inch spacing. No, wait, 0.1 inch spacing. Jeez, orders of magnitudes are all off. Anyway, different pin pitch. So what we'll do with this, even though it gets a little toasty when it's in operation, we will hot glue it down to the base of this thing. And then once it's suspended by hot glue, I can use wire wrapping wires to go to the individual pins that we're using. I would like to add either a green and a red LED or just some kind of a status LED that's going to tell me that this thing is good. Those farts smell like roses. She threw up today. I don't know what was with that. We were taking our morning walk and she took a huge dump and then she just puked on the ground. And I was like, well, you're a dog, so I guess you can do dog things like that. Hope she's all right. We went to a little neighborhood get-together yesterday, and she ended up eating a bone. And I'm a little bit concerned about sharp pieces of bone that she ate, because she found this bone on the ground and just started really crunching it and like panic eating it. And I had to grab her, and she like snarled at me because it was such a good treat. She's already forgotten about it, and her puke was fairly normal. It was just morning puke with no chunks in it. Dog doing dog things. Yeah, dogs puke. They just do things. So I think it's fine. I think she'll be fine. I'm just a little concerned. I'm a little concerned for my baby. My baby girl. I posted up a picture pre-puke. It was before she puked and we took a walk, and she was being a very pleasantly weird dog. I should transfer more photos into the Willow directory. I really need to do that too. There's so many things that I need to do. I'm starting to get executive dysfunction, guys. I'm starting to shut down. I'm starting to not do any work. I think I was burnt out this weekend. I didn't really get a lot done. And I left this out specifically so that we could finish it and I could have a complete series on it. Of course, it's not like I'm organizing these things the way that I should. I should probably be putting them into playlists. I need to get like a YouTube moderator. It's not, the channel's not popular enough for me to get somebody to do a thing, right? But man, if I could get somebody who cares to like playlist all the projects, I'm not expecting anything though. Willow is an intelligent creature. I mean, yeah, she also pukes because she's a dog. Dogs just puke. They just go, blah, haha, I'm a dog, I puked. Like, that's what you get. That's what you get. What else is needed? Barrel plugs. Let me see if I've got barrel plugs. And then I don't know if I have power supplies for these things. I need to go through all of my power supplies, and they're on a shelf that I can't really get to at the moment. So I guess I'll have to plan on doing that powering thing another day, because we'll have to figure out where they go in the shop too. But for now, we'll just we'll just do it up with what we got, you know? I'll put barrel plugs on them, and I think I have a barrel plug adapter to plug into the power supply, so we can get that running. Insofar as it works on the bench, and then later on I can come back and find a wall wart that'll suit. Because they'll go in different spots, so they need to have 2 different power supplies, unfortunately. Where are my barrel plugs? Tell me I've got to order yet another thing. I'm looking over here, I'm over here. Looking for parts, looking for parts. Ports. There might be another bin that has the plugs, like in the surface mount stuff, maybe? I mean, there's some power stuff in this one. This one's a lot of MOVs and stuff. Why am I always buzzing? It's like everybody's trying to schedule their CBT appointment at the same time. I don't know what's up with this season. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Barrel power plugs? Yeah, here's some. That's where they went. They're in here. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Oh, I shouldn't curse on YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube, what do you call them? Protestants? No. What was it? Puritanicals? Whatever. Puritans. That is 100% in. Get it? Puritan? Get it? Do you get it? All right, so most common barrel jack probably is good to go here. And I probably should take ones that have already kind of seen too many years. Take ones that are a little bit beaten up for this. This doesn't deserve a brand new jack. Speaking of CBT appointments. Anyway, yep. Donk donk. There we go. Okay, so now we got the barrel plugs. We got the whole equation here. Let's see if I can find the thing that will plug into it. It would be very funny if I broke into my car key. I just glanced over here and there's the starter that we're going to use for the simulator setup, and it's an actual VW starter key lock. We modified it. We took out a couple of the tumblers so that it would use my old VW key, the one that I held on to, because it's this awesome, as I call it, the panty dropping switchblade key. And my panties have dropped. I mean, look at that. How cool is that? It's just psh, feels great. And then, so we got it running on this replacement starter thing so that we can hook up to it back here and we can have it display on CAN bus that this thing is running. The reason I bought this is because I knew it would be pretty mechanically simple, and I had my old VW key, and it would give us all of that wonderful car feel, right? So it would be very funny if I was able to hack into this and get the over-the-air signal, have to replace the battery in it, and actually do the key lock encryption. So if I hit the button, it'll do the key lock encryption, and I can make it go wook wook. I can make it lock. Wook wook. I thought that would be fun. I'm going to put this in the bin with the other simulator stuff so we make a little bit of room. A little bit of space to work. All right. I guess that's enough room to work. I would like to get some of this stuff out of the way, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to have to. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't want to be as restricted as we have been. The LIN bus stuff is ostensibly stalled until I either figure out how to get to my brother's house and sniff out the packet, or somebody's forthcoming with information. As far as I know, the person who had information about this specific switch, and I guess their job might relate to something akin to hacking into car parts, but the person who figured this out posted a picture and then just did the peace out meme and vanished completely from society. And I don't have any more answers for what could possibly be going on with the LIN bus. I do not know. I'm at an impasse with it. I don't know. It's very, very frustrating. Oh, I was looking for a cable. Hold up, looking for a cable. It's very, very frustrating, the position that I'm in right now, because I can't get the backlight to work, and it's such a minor thing. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the rest of the sim setup working, and it's kind of stalled progress. So I've got to work on other stuff now. It's just, I have no choice. Whatever happened to that barrel plug that I had that was kind of an adapter? I thought it was in here. I got to go through this wire bin a little bit better. What's this one? Here we go. Here's a barrel plug. What I should do is put a banana... I should put on a banana hammock. That's what I should do. I should put banana plugs on this, which I could do right now. Damn it. It's thinner. It's thinner. You can put thin ones on. I don't know what the standard barrel is going to be for the 12-volt jacks. I hate that there's so many of these for low-voltage DC stuff. Where did those go? Where did those go? They just went everywhere. I have to go buy some barrel plugs. Yeah, that one fits. Okay. That'll do. Oh, those are like new too. I didn't want new ones. I wanted old busted ones. Yeah, so I don't know why I did it, but I went on eBay and I spent a significant little chunk of money getting a groove box that's not only old but also frustrating to use, all in the name of nostalgia and having that signature 303 sound and the 909 drums. Roland has a particular sound. They've got their fanboys. Generally, this is not regarded as a great musical instrument. However, Seal, when he released Kiss from a Rose, had one of these in the background of his studio that he, I would assume, had been using to make the legendary song in conjunction with a bunch of other stuff. But still, this was featured in the background because it was a lot of, visually, it's kind of a blinking lights control panel. I was thinking about whether I could use one of these things to like change scenes in OBS and stuff. But I mean, look at this thing. It's taking up my entire desk and it really doesn't have that much interface on it. There's much more betterlier and more compact musical instruments in the system today. Look at all this wasted space. But I bought this because when I tried to start a band with a bunch of friends, we bought way too many expensive pieces of equipment, and this is one of them. Actually, I think my friend bought it for himself, but still, we had one and I got to kind of play with it a little bit. But now I feel like I really want to kind of learn how to use it and all of its musical weirdnesses. Pretty neat as a stream gimmick, yeah. If I could have this and the modular sit somewhere nearby and do musical things, it would be a fairly minimalistic thing that it could do, but that's kind of what I was thinking. I might be just a little bit limited in my own personal musical talent. I don't know what I'd be able to actually do, but we'll see. Hopefully this thing makes up for some of the gaps. I know what a bridge is. Ah! I had a really dumb idea. Well, you still got an idea light. Twitch subs, raids, etc. printed on teletype. That is what Uo's Lab does. I believe Flatulent Gonad also has one of the heat printers, and he's got it mounted on his wall, and the chatters in Gonad stream are of a type that they put together ASCII pictures and then send that with the whatever the channel point or whatever redemption it is that triggers the thermal printer. That's the word I was looking for, to do its job. So yeah, we're already covered by other streams on that one. This song kind of reminds me of the Adam Freeland song. Just that sort of synth that's doing the deep, deep stuff. I'm going to move this for now. We're going to come back to it. This is the STM32 Arduino core with buttons that we can press with different ferocity in order to get a different signal into the microcontroller. We've been able to get 90% of this thing working. What's left is a matrix for both LEDs. Actually, no, not LEDs. A matrix for the 8 buttons over here are on their own little matrix. So it's what is it, 2 and 4 matrix. And I just need to program that in and then get a CAN bus modem on these two TX and RX lines. And then we'll put that all into a packet or two and send that out to the network whenever there's an update. So boop, and then it sends a packet. That's to come. I've got more CAN bus stuff to do than I can shake a stick at, so. But when that is all done, that'll lead into this simulator project actually getting some teeth. Oh boy, in addition to that, I need to tilt this thing up on its side, and I need to drill 2 additional holes for the casters at the bottom. So I need to basically take the wheel off. The seat can stay. It's going to be resting on the seat when I do it, but I'm going to tilt the whole thing over on its side, and then I can get the casters like really attached. Once we get the seat actually moving forwards and backwards, that's something that I got to do. Oh, there's YouTube chat. Nobody's chatted in YouTube yet, so that came up on its own. That was nice. Yeah, a lot of work to do with this thing. I need to start building up the side pod where all the controls are going to be. Too much. His uses a receipt printer. I was thinking of the video where the guy turned a teletype into a Unix terminal. A teletype? Yeah, okay. I don't know what the teletypes are. I don't know what that is. The thing that I would really like to do, and again, this is another project. Welcome to the endless cycle of projects. No bother, we'll never escape. Oh yeah, this is needed for that thing too. So I'll put that over with it. I want to access subtitles from this stream, or access some other system that is generating text per my speech, because I know that exists. What is 4Q? What did, huh? 4 questions? You have 4 questions for me. Or fork. Are you saying fork in just a slightly different? So somewhere on the grand, large scale internet that we know, the hellscape known as the internet, there is some kind of thing that's turning my text into speech. I know it exists because the one time I said something about the office linebacker, I quoted it, the triple T gonna condense the nonsense. I shouldn't even say that out loud, because that'll go into some system, be turned into text, and then beamed out into space. And in space, it will trigger a robot, and the robot will get on Twitch. It'll get on Twitch, do the fish noise next Friday. What was I trying to relay to myself here? Do the fish noise next Friday. If it weren't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college. Screens. All kind of screen. I wanted to do something with the circle screens for the synthesizer stuff, because circle screens look cool. But anyway, into chat came a bot that quoted the Terry Tate commercials. And that happened to me. That actually happened to me. I said a thing. I didn't type anything into chat. Nobody responded because my stream is like dead. Nobody watches me. Stream's dead, so whatever. And a bot showed up. So something's up. Teletype is essentially a typewriter over a phone. Think of those hooked up at the end of a telegraph line. Interesting. What's up, Remy Cap? Anything that I would do with something like that would just take on, it would just be a microcontroller project, right? Would just be something that sends out the teletype text. No, but what I want to do is I want to access my speech and have that feed into the Node-RED stuff, so that if I say Willow, Willow will pop up on screen. Basically, I can automate like a YouTube edit kind of thing. You know, where the YouTubers are like, editor, put this and that here. Or when they say something, they'll put something punchy up on screen. I can automate that. I can automate that on this stream if I either access OBS's ability. You can do plugins on OBS. You can do like a Google AI plugin, or you can do their regular like open, it's not open subtitles, but it's some type of subtitle thing, and have that sent to Twitch so that your stream can have subtitles. So that's something that I've been meaning to do anyway. But if I can get that into Node-RED in the same way that chat comes into Node-RED, I don't know how the phrasing would work, like when it would actually send. Because if I say the word Willow, when does that send? Does it send when I finish the sentence? Because the joke's over. It would only be particularly funny if it comes up the instant I say Willow. So having trigger words maybe doesn't work all that well with a sort of a subtitling method. It may need a different technique. So that would be more like if I got like one of them Amazon things that listens to you always until you say a trigger word. But I don't really think I want that. And even still, that thing is not very punchy either. It doesn't really get the cue, the funny cue. Depends on how you do this subtitle text. Yeah. If it does it at the end of a phrase, or if it does it constantly, even still, if it does it constantly, that has the potential to really slow down Node-RED, because Node-RED just doesn't work like that. It likes to have flows, and that's why it works when we do like chat, because each chat message is its own flow. How's your mouse held up post-surgery? Perfectly. I think my mouse knows that there's a $40 mouse that I could replace it with, right? You have to offload that to speech to text on a different device and send to Node-RED. That would be like an OBS plugin could probably do that, because that's how some people do their subtitles for Twitch, because you can send Twitch your subtitles over a particular format that is used with subtitles. So yeah, I mean, maybe if I use that system, I don't know where I'd access the text though. I don't know where that would, like if I could send that over MQTT, maybe I could pull apart the message and get that. So I'd send it to two locations. Send it to two. Send it to your tutu. What did I build this for? Why did I make this wire? It looks very specific, doesn't it? They're like barrel plugs, thin barrel plugs that go to a thick banana plug. That's right, I'm talking about my thick banana. I'm not sure about any of it, but the idea sounds like a lot of fun. It would be nice if I could have things triggered from me talking. So if I say 555, some mean 555 image would come up on the screen, and it would be funny. Funny and punchy, that's kind of what we're going for, right? The Willow thing is right in that sort of category. When somebody says Willow into chat, quicker than I can notice, a little picture of Willow will pop up, and it's from a directory that's full of pictures of Willow. I'm gonna bolster that directory out. I'm gonna throw a bunch more images at it. I'm just afraid I'm gonna use up all this space on my machine. I guess this will go over here. This is not cleaning up. This is just rearranging the mess, which is kind of unfortunate. Put that a little bit more front and center. We'll get the power supply. Well, we don't have to get out of the way yet. We're probably not going to actually get a raid during this. We don't get that many raids. That's why I want to do something big with raids that we're doing right now. We're getting raids. We're going to get raids, and then we'll get like medication for it or something. No, that's an AIDS joke, brother. You shouldn't do those anymore. Yeah, we're gonna do something that's like special for getting raids, and that's this whole light show thing that I'm putting together. I don't know if I'm going to add anything to it, because like an air raid siren would be a little bit unfortunate for your intrepid streamers' lovely and fragile ears, but we can try to kind of keep our eyes on what one might implement for getting a raid. So having this thing active during stream is not really going to be that beneficial. It's not really going to do anything for us. I can activate it after stream, or sorry, at the end of stream, or when we get it together, I'll activate it, and then we'll roll from there. Towards later in the afternoon is when any potential raids come in, but I think we're spent on Uo raids, so he's going to raid other channels instead of us for a while. And then the unexpected Dave raid was really unfortunately the wrong stream to raid, because that was the day that we just proof of concept this thing. That killed me, man. I'm so happy that he raided. It's one of the best things ever, and I'm going to remember that for a long time. But if he had done it like an hour later, well, we wouldn't have had many viewers. There were a lot of new people that saw my stream that day. That was really cool. So maybe it's all good in the end. Dave who? Dave 5005. He's good friends of Tomato and all those other guys that are sort of big popular streamers. Dave hasn't even partnered, and he has like 400 people watching a stream. I don't understand why he hasn't partnered. Perhaps, like me, he is scared of money, but he's a cool guy. I've watched a bunch of his streams. I really enjoy it. And the thing about, like, him and Tomato have this talent for just chewing the fat, just talking about stuff and having it be really ridiculously interesting. See, I'm able to do that because we're talking about something that I know a whole lot about. I don't know how well I am with just winging it. I've had friends of mine on the stream. I've had friends of mine on the stream, and they are not good at filling dead air. They are not. Julian is particularly talented in doing this and filling dead air because he's been on radio before. He's had a college radio show and stuff, and he's also a musician, and so he just kind of knows the whole shtick around broadcasting to a degree. I still have to like prime him on a couple of the weird internet things that we have to watch out for broadcasting on Twitch, but the things like waving my arms around, I'm doing that in order to animate the space and make sure that stuff is happening, right? That's why I have an animated stream start soon. It's why I comb my hair in the morning, you know, stuff like that. And I'm just, you know, I know about that stuff, so I'm kind of fascinated with it. Do you have a space mouse? Yeah, I don't really use it as much. I've always found the space mice to just kind of collect dust. Even in my efforts with CAD, when you're designing circuit board, you're not really looking at it in 3D. You don't need to do like a fly around. If I were doing architectural engineering, I could see myself using this to do like client tours. They've tried to weigh down the mouse with this big puck of metal so that you're not pushing the thing on the table when you're moving it around. It still kind of suffers from that. And I was gonna have a space mouse on my previous joystick, the hand-on stick and stick, which is just a nice Saturday night. No, hand on stick and stick. And then I was gonna also have a space mouse that was like taped down so that I could do docking in Kerbal Space Program, so we could do asymmetrical docking. But we never ended up doing docking. There was a little CBT, but a lot of hand on stick and stick. The hand on stick and stick was really fun in Star Citizen because you can fix all of your gun mounts, because Star Citizen, some of the controls were kind of catered to it being a mouse game, where you would click on things in front of you, and then if you drag your mouse far enough, your ship would then fly that way. But it was justified by having the guns be gimbaled. And the trade-off for gimbaled guns was that if you had fixed gun mounts, you could put big guns. So I would get a big ship, put even biggerlier guns on it, and then use hand-on stick and stick to control the big beast carefully and be able to just take out mofos all day. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful time. The game has come a long way since then, so I don't know where it is right now. Yeah, EDA versus CAD, yeah. The Space Mouse is a good mouse. It's a really good mouse. It's got a little bit of weight to it, which I like. It's a Microsoft style, you know, that old school Microsoft mouse. Simplistically Microsoft mouse. There's a third button though. The third button is also a wheel clicky. So if you have a wheel clicky operation that you want to be a little bit more stable, I guess that justifies that. You can program what it does, and you can use this button. This button does not change the DPI, although maybe I could make it do that. This button opens up the 3D connection menu, which can do a lot of manipulative, I shouldn't call it manipulative stuff. It does a lot of manipulation. It really manipulates, gaslighting. No, it opens up a menu where you can configure a lot of different things. And so in your CAD program, it can have a specific, like, you know, open up the Fusion menu or something like that. Generally though, I don't totally need that. Speedy Cat loves the 3D connection mouse. I think it was a little expensive for the use that I'm getting out of it. They sent it to me for free. So that's where this is coming from. I gave them my whole opinion on it. And by the way, this thing is great for traveling. It's got a power button on the back. It runs on Bluetooth or their dongle, their dingle dangle dongle dongle. Knacker Thrasher, Devon, Gamble Putty. I used to have that memorized. That was the Monty Python sketch. Anyway, good for traveling because you can actually turn it off. I had a Logitech mouse once. It didn't have a power button on it. It didn't have a power button on it. So I'd be going to and from college and the mouse would just be like, eh, and then die. I was going to put a power button in it by wedging a little PCB in there. I never got around to that. Herr Bothan is on a 25 stream streak. I don't know about that feature, guys. I don't know about that the stream streak feature is a little... I will, of course, be positive about it, but I turned on Rabaz today and it said, you've reached 150 stream watch streak. And I went, oh, I need to go touch grass. Like, I think I need to touch grass. I think it's time to go outside. At a certain point, it's like, oh no, you can miss a stream. I have a schedule. I have a schedule, perhaps, that I keep. You 204 with an Australian stream? Dang. It's like time to switch up the, oh, Rabaz gave me a shot. Oh, that's 2 days ago. That's right, when we rated him. Yeah. That's after Twitch ruined the 150 stream streak twice? How long has that feature's been alive for like a year? I have a 96 stream streak with Uwo. Oh no. I'd have near consistent streak with you, but I'm not able to catch most of your Saturday streams. Yeah, I do kind of the shake up Saturday stream, and you know what? It's okay. You know, I don't like this feature. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good feature. It's a little bit embarrassing. It's a bit embarrassing. I'm glad to have you guys here. Lord knows that if you need to miss a stream, you miss a stream, okay? None of this loyalty stuff. I don't, you know, we're breaking away from parasocialism. Paralegalism? No, it's parasocial. What else? All right. Those go there. That. I can go back here. Here are the switches from the mice. So what was wrong with the switch on the mice, if you didn't catch it, is that the puck that makes contact. Here, I need a pointer. This is the inside of an Omicron? I forget which one it is. The custom steel series. Why is there's always hair? Is that stuck on like a nail? Let me shoot up nails. This really bugs me. Oh, I hate it. Anyway, okay. So Omicron, I believe, Switch. These are Steel Series branded. They've got the little logo right there. They just went to them and said, hey, we want a particular weight of your clicky switch. I replaced it with Kale. I just called them Kale. Kale switches. They had like a clear body and they're white. It was pretty cool. They make a nice clicking noise. My mouse is 100% fixed, except for the fact that, and this one maybe isn't so bad. Yeah, this one doesn't show it as much. If we could find the, oh, there's the nub. We found it. Found the little nublin. If you look at the little nublin on these things, the little nubby nub that sticks up, I'm trying to get a grip on it. Okay, where are my tweezers? You look at the little nub, it may not be so clear, but there's a bit of a flat spot that's kind of been machined into it from all the clicking. And it's gone. It's gone. I'm never going to find that. That's just gone. Holy shit. Okay, anyway. I thought that was the main issue, but it's apparently not. There's a little bit of machining that occurs on both of the pieces of plastic that kind of scrunch down on each other. I don't know if that's the major player in this thing not being able to click fully, or if it's this monstrously machined down contact. So I suppose there's no voltage going into this one, and somehow clicking over time has made it so that maybe the voltage getting into that one causes an issue. Although technically this one probably goes to ground. This one probably goes to a resistor that goes to ground and a microcontroller pin or something like that. So like, but over time, the clicking action has caused it to erode one of the contacts almost completely away. And all that caused was a mild double clicking. Isn't that weird? Just gone. It's just gone. Why would this one be in perfect shape and this one is completely machined down? Weird. Anyway, putting new switches in has breathed new life into my mouse, and now it works perfectly. I did one of those, what is it? It's click. It was like the totally shady URL because it was like cp.com or something. I don't forget what it was, but it was like a terrible URL. And it was something about your click, the amount of clicks that you could do per amount of time. And I did a 60-second test while doing the joystick, like where you really tense up a muscle. And I got something like 11 per whatever. The championship got like 22. I got like 11. So that is the URL of all time. I forget what it was called. Hold on. Maybe I don't think it's in the shared. I'll have to open it on the other computer. The one with all of the... No, wait. No. We're not going to do that level of joking. Let's see. Ballistic eye shield, no. Click. Oh, you know what? About history. Actually, I don't... Firefox's history, that's not in... is it / history? Firefox : / history. No, that's the wrong one. Control H. There we go. History, and then I'll just look back on it. Oh, so much Reddit. Way too much Reddit. That's from today. When did I open this thing up? Looking for a logo. Maybe if I just search click. Yeah, CPS test. And it's cpstest.org. That's the one. So I was able to use the mouse to do a CPS test, and I got like cheetah speed 11 clicks per whatever per second or something. I didn't do it for the full 100 seconds. That's torture. When you do the sort of the joystick grip, you tense up both muscles and are able to like blah, 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 blah. Yeah, apparently Control H in Firefox. I didn't know that either. But it's cpstest.org. I don't know why it's an org. But I was able to do get like 1 billion clicks. Let's try it. Let's see if I can put my money where my mouth is. I can't do this the full length one. That'll kill me. So if I do 5 seconds, I can get a pretty high score. Let's see. .8. So I was able to get like 11 or something on the 5 second. Let's see if I can keep it consistent, because I kind of lose it in the middle and then I bring it back up. No. Let's try the whole time. Big tension. I missed a couple there. Yeah, 10.2. I'm losing it. The first one's always way better. And if I do like 10 seconds, of course, it drops off pretty significantly. Let's try 10 seconds. It opens up a new web page when you click on that, which is weird. Nope, I lost it. Yeah, I lost it. I only got 8. It's all the OSRS players that do really well on this, right? So I was able to get like 11, like fully tensioning, but remember the other day when I almost dropped that thing of screws and I caught it again? I shouldn't have caught it again, but dropping a bin full of screws is really annoying. But I went to catch it again, and apparently I like over-tensioned my arm muscles, and that's only just starting to feel okay now, and that whatever I did to my muscles there is still affecting my ability to do that high-tension scorpion click. It does hurt. That hurts after a little while. Oh, have we been streaming for a long time? We have indeed. I should get started. Let's get started. Sorry, YouTubers, I'm not getting immediately into the project. Let's just like fade out the music. DJ Deckard, my definition of chill. It's a weird day today. It's one of those days where like the air's cold, but I'm sweating. I don't like these kinds of days. Although this particular temperature weather is very nice. I got the window open. I've got a fan on my back, so hopefully I'm not going to become a sweaty mess by the end. But it's like the wind is a little cold, and yet I'm sweating. I don't get it. Anyway, hi, welcome. I didn't think that I would do this stream, but I'm going to do this stream, and I have all of viewer to watch me do it. Oh my God, numbers are terrible today. Wow, it's okay. This is the 3rd stream in a row doing this particular project. We proof of concept it, we put it on a breadboard, and we got the entire system to work. Now we need to do the little bits and bobs on it, which are these sort of finishing touches on a project that takes some time. So while it seems like we finished last stream, we can do a whole nother stream getting everything sort of put together and nice. A lot of hot gluing, a little bit of drilling. Not the fun kind. Actually, all drilling is fun, to be honest. Anyway, we need to put this thing together and button it up and make it into something that I can deploy in the interest of my stream looking fun and cool. I don't really have metal plates behind the walls. I don't know, maybe I'll just be able to put like a drywall anchor in and then just sort of hang it up on the drywall anchor, and then it'll just kind of be there. Or I could get a hook. These have like big magnets so that they go on like a car body, but I have walls that are made out of sheetrock, so it's not going to stick, not even to the nails. So I don't know. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to be able to mount these, because I probably do want one to be like right there. That would be a really good place for one. Another one over Burn the Subs would probably be pretty good, although my head's going to block it. So we've got to figure out a position for the other one. This stuff's too far away, so it's not going to look good near the window because there's a lot of light leaking in the window. If I turn off the lights, it'll still be pretty bright in here. But I need to have it so that we send the lights an off command, and then if the light is off, it gets sent an on command afterwards. That's going to be a weird one too, depending on the configuration of the lights around here. We can flip OBS to this scene, turn the lights on, the spinny lights. We can turn all the other lights off, and then they'll look a little bit more crazy. They'll beam light outwards. Yeah, all that stuff. These are all the things that I need to do. In addition to that, when we put this thing together, I need like status LEDs on these things. So we need to attach LEDs to the ESPs so that I can light them up at different stages of this thing's programming. So at a glance, I can know if my lights are in a good state or not. All that stuff that we have to do. What's that? You notice the thing in the corner. There's nobody here. There's nobody watching, it's fine. You notice the something in the corner. Ah, yes, this is my lack of self-control. This is Obother's lack of self-control. This is a 505, an MC505 groove box from Roland. And I'm hoping I can use this thing in conjunction with the modular synth to have kind of a 90s-ish feel of everything, sorta. To make noises. Scheduled mathematical noises that will elicit a feeling of some type of music that's not AI driven. And yeah, hopefully I can put together some grooves with this, and maybe we can have some backing stuff that's not copyrighted, you know? But it'll be fun to fix too, because this thing apparently doesn't do a factory reset. There's a way you can hit certain buttons while starting up to make it factory reset, and there's certain types of damage that this thing sustains given the construction inside. So we'll get to this soon. Then with Burn the Subs, we need to start taking down all the wiring. Take down all the wiring from this, and then we get back into Burn the Subs where I'm going to connect everything, and we can do our initial round of testing of it, because we're not even there yet. We've done a lot of AutoCAD streams with Burn the Subs. I need to figure out something else that we're going to use 3D printing and AutoCAD with so I can keep my copy of the software. I haven't done an AutoCAD stream in a couple months, and it's, I think, 3 streams per 2 months that I have to do with an AutoCAD ad on it, and I kind of front-loaded a lot of credit into that system. I don't know when my luck runs out. I think I get an email from the person who's managing the program going, hey, are you going to do an AutoCAD ad anytime soon? You're like in the negatives. And I'll be like, oh, but I don't know how that system works. I don't think it's going to automatically just kick me off of the software. I think I'll probably get an email from the program manager. I've been looking at the numbers and it's not really adding up. Yeah, we just haven't had need for any of that in a while. All these things that we have to get to that are constantly over my head have caused complete executive shutdown, and I've gotten nothing done in between streams. But part of the charm is that I'm going to show you guys some of the buttoning up process here. This is the fun part where we don't really need to think about this all too much because we know it works. All we need to do is attach some wires to our ESP. Now, on the note of construction, hold on, I got this hangnail. Okay, as a note on constructing, sort of finalizing your builds with stuff, most of the things that I work on, at least the things that have proper breakout boards, are in 0.1 of an inch format. That lines up with the breadboard there, the solderless breadboard, and most of your older electronics will be spaced out by 0.1 of an inch. But the world moves on and electronics get smaller and smaller, and so the pin pitch on these is not 0.1 of an inch. It's some kind of a heinous, evil, terrible metric system. I guess I could get away with soldering to 0.1 of an inch if I let that one pin there float, but that would be kind of a hell of a soldering job because these things would short out on everything below them. So these are not 0.1 of an inch, which means they're a little bit more difficult to get onto, for instance, a soldered perforated prototyping board. What I'm going to end up doing, I think the best thing for me to do is I'm just going to glue the ESP with hot glue straight down and let it float a little bit above the plastic. And with it floating above the plastic a little bit, I can then take wire wrapping wires and I can solder to the individual amogus that I need to. I want to keep the can clear because the can is also a heatsink. These get a little warm because they are radio devices. They generate a little bit of heat, and hopefully it'll not melt the hot glue. I don't think it will. What I'm most concerned with, though, is the LM11. There's that hair again. Get out of here. Stupid hair. Yeah, see, this has been the problem. It's like stuck to my index finger with magic. Okay. The LM1117 that we want to use is very commonly used with 12 volt inputs. And this thing isn't really churning all that much current. A little bit, but not a terrible amount. The LM1117 should more than be able to handle it. It's just that this breakout board that I have does not have proper heat sinking capabilities. It would be beneficial if this were on a larger board, or what we're going to do, solder a little bit of desoldering braid to that heatsink tab and just provide it with a little bit more heatsink. It should be good to sit inside of the big plastic opening thing inside of this big chamber. Should be good to sit in here, but there's going to be no exchange of air inside this. But then again, like, these things are used all across modular synthesizers all the time for the 3 volt electronics, so it should be fine. We can just give it a little bit more heat sinking capability, and I think it'll be good. But yeah, and then at that point we can put it all together and see if it works. See, the thing is, I'm wondering about whether or not I should be hot gluing this to the board, because it might overheat and then melt the hot glue. So we'll have to see. We have to see. We have to know. That was some jungle song from back in the day. Okay, so let's get out some headers. I'm going to solder headers to this board, and then we can start installing, and I'll have to grab the hot glue gun, which I have this black hot glue that has like a slightly different formulation from the clear stuff. Actually, this board would have been much better to use the clear stuff with, because I could have put a blob of hot glue down, and then there's an LED back here. So this would have lit up really nice. This is a Wi-Fi status light, and it doesn't work with LED built in. And then we have the power supply LED that I would like to be visible. Maybe I'll glue this like this, or I could glue it like this, but it just seems a little counterintuitive to how the thing is constructed. And then I'll add LEDs to this so that we have an indicator light about whether or not we're on like the network and stuff. Or I could just skip that. I don't know. We'll see what I'm in the mood for. All right, so I need a 4-pin. I don't know if I have just like a pre-cut 4-pin. Sometimes I do. But I want them to be in square headers because we're going to use wire wrap to wire this thing up. So square headers have corners. And those corners are really important because you have the round wire wrap wire wrapping around a square piece. And those square, where the two ends of the square meet, that's a nice weak spot that the circular wire will push on, and that'll create a cold weld that conducts current really, really well. Getting dive bombed by another airplane. Jeez, it's like a rumble to it. We might remove the headers. I might remove the headers from this and put straight headers on it so it can glue down with the headers sticking straight up, because that's more beneficial to this sort of prototyping that we're doing here. All right, so I'm just going to have to, like, cut a 4-pin, huh? Cut it out of a 6-pin or a 5-pin. Come on, there's got to be a 4-pin leftover header sitting in the bottom of this bin so I don't have to cut a new one. Please. Actually, I really only need 2, to be honest, because that's how this thing is. It's just ground and then a trigger, so really only need 2. So let's just get 2 2s. 2 2. And then we'll solder that on. All right, I use wire cutters to split the headers because of the way the blades come together. They sort of come together evenly and force the two ends out at the same rate. And so that'll break it more towards the middle. Whereas if you use the flush cutters, they'll push it over to one side and your blade ends up cutting closer on one side. So it's important to use the right tool to do this. You can also just split them by hand, but I've never had great luck with that. Some people use like flat pliers and they put that on there and then break it in a certain way. I find this to be just much more guaranteed that it'll split exactly where I want it to split. All right, and then I need a female header in order to plug in the 2-pin header so I don't melt it. That's sort of an important thing. Why am I buzzing? Am I buzzing because of motion alerts? That's probably what it is. Always got to see if it's a hospital or not. I have a prescription ready. Yeah, it's just motion. Why? My phone screen is wet with sweat. Why? Why? What is the temperature in here? What does my little thermometer say? 75 degrees? What? But it's like cool. I've got the window open. Weird. Weird temperature dichotomy in here. Am I getting sick? I don't think so. I mean, I'm always kind of sick, bro. But I don't think that's it. Let's see. I guess I'll do it this way with the pins down. And then I can put this like that. Upside down. And then solder it like that. So let's get that on the microscope. On the microscope. And then we get a nice little thumbnail of me soldering stuff, huh? For all those people browsing channels. We can use big solder for this. I don't need to use small solder. Yeah, we got to do more electronics projects. I mean, I guess I've been doing this, and Burn the Subs is a little bit soldery, although it's mostly like going to be wiring harness, which is not all that electronicsy. All right, so this is where I actually balance it and get it to sit straight. Ah, and then I just bend the tip of my finger with a solder, or burn the tip of my finger with a soldering iron. Actually made out pretty good. I didn't actually kill all the skin on the tip of my finger. We'll see if that hurts a lot later. Not that I can avoid it. Need to get back in here and put this thing right. This is why having the good FPS on the soldering iron camera is good. Because if you've got a delay, you're not really cognizant of where your soldering iron is. And you can end up poking yourself in the finger with it. Ooh, I can feel that. That's going to be a little bit of a burn. That's going to be a little bit of a burn. All right, what does that look like? Does it look like it's... No, it just bent itself a little bit. I can live with that. I mean, it maybe slightly forward. There we go. Like that. That'll be good. And then plug it into here for heatsink purposes. And this is the PWM wire. So this is probably the one that I should have soldered first. This one is connected to ground, so it takes a little bit for the heat to get in there. But I do have the big soldering iron on here, so this is deploying quite a bit of heat. All right, there's our header. We got to do the second one of these two because we're building the same thing twice. All right, that's good. We're going to wire wrap around that so it's nice and clean. This one gets the headers removed. We'll do that in a minute. This one gets a 2-pin header. 2-pin header. 2-pin. Why is it like drilled out? What's going on with that one? What is that? Was it solder? What is that? There's like, did the via overrun? Okay, it's gone now. Weird. I think it was just schmutz. Oh yeah, look at that. Here it is. Just schmutz. Schmutz from something. I don't know what. All right, 2-pin header into here. And then this upside down on these two. These are just shared pins, so it's ground, PW, trigger. I don't know why they would have such a large header for the trigger, but you never know what somebody's application is with these breakout boards. This one I bought just because it had 2 of the MOSFETs that were used to trigger the motor in my car's anti-lock brake system. I couldn't source the MOSFET, so I had to source a breakout board that had a very similar MOSFET. And in the end, didn't work. But this is a good board to pull out when you need something that triggers like a higher current load. It doesn't cut off positive. It does an NFET, whatever that is, the low side switching. And they have a decent heatsink, although not a lot of solder on that. but they pretty much, one triggers the other, and they allow for a large amount of current to go from V into V minus, or V into V out, sorry. Going V into V minus would be a short. If it's your goal, fine. If not, don't want to do it. Don't want to be doing that. All right, so let's get that soldered. And then I have a bunch of wire wrapping wires and an old Radio Shack hand wire wrap system. There used to be wire wrap guns. There was like a more automated way to do wire wrapping, and you would get the wrap perfect every time. I think it's totally useless to have something like that because wire wrapping is not that hard to do by hand. That one's a little askew, but it doesn't matter. All right, so that's those two set up. The ESP doesn't need any setup. We can't attach headers here because the spacing's all wrong. It's funny though, if they kept the inverted planar F where it was, I guess sometimes you want to hang the inverted planar F like over something, but like they could have done 0.1 inch spacing and gone all the way up the side and then just had the antenna in the middle there. I guess they wanted to have it so if you wanted to have this on your design and solder it down directly, you would put a keep out area around this so that your ground plane wouldn't block the RF that's coming out of it. And is it really an inverted planar F? It's kind of a weird one because it's more like a whip that they just kind of elongated. Why would they not do an inverted planar F? I guess it is a planar F. That's a ground lug. Yeah, that's a ground lug right there. So that's what makes it an F antenna. This is more of an E antenna. E, which is not a thing. I just made it up because they basically made the letter E in outline. But funky antenna. I guess it works. You know, it gets Wi-Fi when it needs to. I don't care if I melt this header, so we're just going to put the circuit board in instead of using this. I don't care if I melt it, but I do need the big, well, the iron tip that we have will probably be okay for this. I'm basically just going to get molten solder on all three of these pins, and if I really want, I guess I could use the header to provide us with gravity. So instead of me pulling this down, I can plug that in, and now the weight of this is going to pull it out of these holes. There's little techniques I like to go over when we do stuff like this. All right, so I'm just going to add a ton of solder and then go hole to hole to hole. And I guess I'll manipulate this with my fingies. There we go. We just bring in the Engineer SO3. I almost melted the lens there. The Engineer SS03 solder sucker with the Star Trek The Next Generation font and Engineer, made in Japan. You can take this thing apart, you can replace the O-rings, grease it up again, and fully refurbish it. It sucks. I know, it's awesome. And then you can buy 1/4 inch ID. That's 1/8 inch. 1/8 inch ID? 1/8 or 1/4, whatever. Clear silicon tube. You have to make sure it's clear because you want to be able to see if that thing is clogged up with solder. This allows you to make a seal and it doesn't melt under the temperature of soldering, unlike the Scandinavian Hako that's just got like a plastic tip. I never understood that. You would always just completely melt the tip. And that's what they all used. And they were like, yeah, you just, the plastic smell goes with the fume hood. Like, what? Okay, that completely inverted, but it did work. And all you do next is oh wait, that's clogging, hold on. Push down on that, and it ejects the solder, usually. It gets worn after a little while, and then it does it a little less and less, but that's working all right. Let's just get this back in the vise here. This thing is so good, there's actually bootlegs of it on Amazon, really? Also has a gun, Tomatolicious. Yeah, bootlegs of that thing. But it's like $30, and it's like a permanent tool. I had to replace my old one because the markings wore off. From me handling it too much, the markings wore off. And then I actually went to refurbish it, and I accidentally bent the plunger tip piece so that it didn't line up anymore. The bootleg is $7. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like giving these guys money because they called it Engineer. And I don't know, they used the Star Trek font, you know? They deserve a little credit. Yeah, I think my crimpers are Engineer too. But I think they were made in Italy or something. I don't know. The pliers. What the? Fatanon, sub to the tier 3. 86 months. Hey there, sweetie. How's it going, love of my life? We were talking earlier that last stream we had a raid from Dave. Dave 5005. I never expected him to come down from Mount Olympus and raid my lowly little stream here. It was awesome. But we were just about getting into the middle of this project. It would have been much more beneficial if he had raided a little bit later, because these things, when I enable them, they're not enabled right now. When I enable them, will trigger when we get a raid. And so I'm going to have these basically spinning sirens going off when we get a raid in here. I don't want to one-for-one copy the Mr. Sarks thing of having an air raid siren sound, but having the spinny construction lights, you know, Burn the Subs has these too. I wanted to get some real ones, so I got these off of eBay. It turns out the construction is just brutally simple in all of them. It's just a universal DC motor on a pivot with a little, sometimes a little thing on the shaft here that just spins this rubber thing, and then a lamp comes up from below. It's all 12 volts. So super simple. All we had to do was wang jangle an ESP8266, make it trigger one of my motor switches, and that's it. So easy. It was easy, but there was a little bit of a struggle because I had made a skeleton program for myself, and it wasn't the full fruition of the program that I wanted. And then we didn't really know how to take MQTT signals and turn them into what we needed them to be. So it works in kind of a weird way, but it does work now. But I'll be able to like turn off the shop lights and have those things go rear, rear. Flatulent Gonad wants me to have one come down from above. I don't know if I can manage that. I've got a lot of struts. I could probably figure out a strut, but these things are kind of heavy, so having it go and then go off, that would be kind of cool. But that means that I need to have something here up to the ceiling so that this can go like that far. I don't know. Is there anything you do that isn't a struggle? I've been suffering from that lately. I've had pretty big executive dysfunction getting to some of these projects. And then I bought that. We're gonna have to get into this and do some repairs so I can do a factory reset, so we can finally hear the revered and loved, the universally loved Psytrance 01 preset. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves Psytrance 01. Nope. It's like the first preset. MC Cock, what? Bad sounds from old gear. It's not, the 505 is not a particularly loved piece of equipment. Oh no, this is not, we're not listening to that. The title, what did I put in the title today? I promise, just one more stream, bro. Just one more, that's all we need. Yeah, the, oh, you mean the title of the thing that I was looking at? Yeah, the video with the sound being bad sounds from old gear. Yeah, sorry, I just caught on to the, streaming like legitimately lowers your IQ. Like legitimately does that. It's like a trauma that you sort of, like a brain trauma over time. What's up, Dutch Media? Yeah, so I bought this because we had one. Actually, Fatanon's gonna love this. When I tried to start a band with friends, one of my friends bought one, I guess mostly for himself because he learned how to DJ, but he had one of these, and I always wanted to get the time to like know it and get good with it, which is apparently like a fool's errand because this thing is not that good. It punches above its weight class, but I mean, you can see it's kind of big. It's kind of 90s. It's a kind of digital, but seal on the promotional material, Kiss from a Rose. Let's see if I can find it. What am I doing? This one. Somewhere in one of the images, they have him sitting in front of a 505. None of the images that I'm coming up with. But this being one of my favorite songs to sing and being associated. Okay, that's a Seal Music Studio. From like back in the 90s, there was a picture where it had a 505 in the background, possibly just as eye candy. I'll never find it. I'll never find it. Now that I'm quoting it, now that I've told people about it, I'm never going to find that picture. But there's a picture somewhere where he's sitting and there's a 505 in the background. And I was like, Seal definitely used that to make this song, which he probably didn't, but whatever. Music production is so much different these days. But yeah, I just wanted to like tootle around with this thing and like see if I could get it running, and then of course buy a broken one. Of course. Yeah, of course I'm not going to be able to find it. But yeah, so this one, it cannot be factory reset, and there's like a tapping when you shake it. Typically what will happen is all the cables that go into the backboard will like microscopically snap because they're not strain relieved at all. So over the course of being in like loud musical scenarios where you're like, you know, making music on the fly. I've been to a couple shows where they do that. All the vibration gets to those cables and then they break. And then like certain buttons will not work. And I think that's probably what's preventing this thing from doing like the proper factory reset. We can look up a couple videos and see if we can factory reset this thing and get it to play some grooves. And then my modular synthesizer, we can just put on like a channel of this thing. And then I can have my very limited modular synth and an entire groove box to make cool synthy noises and beats and stuff. And maybe, just maybe, I will tap into a hidden musical talent that Julian thinks that I have. I'm good at singing and I'm good at figuring out how to sing stuff phonetically. And, you know, why was I driven to stream? It's because I've got a voice for radio, man. But I don't know if music composition is going to be a talent of mine. Then again, do you need talent when it comes to making music with a groove box? I don't know. There we go. A fat beat, you say? Yes. Yes, something of that nature. Let's desolder the other one too. The other one that I got to use is the one that's on our test setup. So goodbye test setup. Womp womp. I like these little LM1117s on a board because when I'm doing analog synthesizer stuff, like with that mixer that Julian found the exact one, and it was way less complicated than mine. Mine had two really, really expensive, nice... Wait, what is this one? This isn't the one. This isn't the one I was looking for. Where did the... I think that's in a different bin. It goes to another school. Yeah, anyway, the mixer that I built, a little bit overly complicated because I was doing things like on the high end, and Julian did a little bit more searching and he found some Brits had made exactly what he was looking for with the exact specs that he was looking for. And they did it long before I made that mixer, and they did it using only one chip. Only one chip. I make all kinds of music using AI. Yeah, I'm very unhappy with AI music. Oh, hello from Germany. Welcome to Philadelphia, the seat of civilization as we know it. The birthplace of everything that's being ignored in modern government in my country. What's the... You actually were on landing page. I love everything I see here. Wow, well, yeah, welcome to the shop. My name's Oh Bother, at least online. I have 3 viewers on YouTube, so I don't know how big being on your landing page, that's awesome. You can probably relate to some of the stuff that I do here. We kind of do makery stuff. We build things. And currently, we're focusing on a couple sort of over-the-top things that I've been working on. Right now, we're making something that is going to flash a spinny orange light, 2 spinny orange lights, when I get a channel raid. On Twitch, you can take all your viewers that you've gathered from streaming all day, and you can throw them at another streamer and say, here, you babysit these weirdos for a little while. And so when you do that, it triggers a raid. And a streamer that I watch, who knows of me, sort of, is the Mr. Sark. And the Mr. Sark when you raid into his channel, he puts an echo in his voice, and he has this big air raid siren that comes up, and he goes, "Oh!" and makes all this, I'm not going to scream, sorry. He makes all this noise, and it's really fun, and it's really engaging and interesting. And so he'll get people raiding with like 3 people on their channel. So my raids trigger if you have more than 2. But when it happens, I want the spinny lights to go off, and we'll figure out if I want to do like an awooga sound or not. I'm not going to get like a physical awooga sound thing, because that's going to be a lot. I don't want to have to wear headphones, like earplugs. I saw you live on YouTube, and I came to Twitch to watch. Twitch chatters get a little bit of an advantage here, because the system that's controlling all this stuff is Node-RED. And with Node-RED, I have been able to get Twitch chat to trigger events. So in the event sub node, we have chat messages coming in and being filtered by a couple different things. So if you say idea, and unfortunately I didn't have the camera in the right spot. If you say idea, this yellow light turns on, kind of like a light bulb coming on over your head. If you say, what is that one for? Oh yeah, the all one is not activated right now. Uo's Lab! I didn't have the thing working yet, you sons of bitches. How you guys doing? I was just explaining this whole system that I explained to you guys last stream. And by the way, at the beginning of the stream, I was like, there's no way that Uo is going to raid again. There's no way he's going to do that, because, you know, it's just not going to happen, which is fine. But, you know, we want to have this ready for the next time Uo's Lab raids. I don't have like fanfare right now. I could just keep doing this until you guys all seize up. How you guys doing? Yeah, welcome to my shop. Welcome to my shop. You may have noticed that I have an entire orange light sitting here. Address me. Yeah, so these orange lights are supposed to go crazy, go nuts when we get a raid. I haven't finished them yet. This is gonna be the last stream that I show these things, because a lot of the YouTubers kind of forget, that little last step. I was talking to a viewer from Germany. Sounds like a really cool project. Maker myself, and actually love your look. You look 100% like a maker. Who knew? Who knew that tubby white guys look good when they grow a giant beard and wear flannel? Anyway, so I bought this, and I may have bought something else with very little self-control. A second one. Oh, and a 505. I bought a 505. What just happened? Code Rush just raided with a party of 5. Hi, Code Rush. How you doing? Hey, everybody check out Code Rush. If we can do a shout out to Uo and a shout out to Code Rush, the maybe 5 or 6 viewers between me and Code Rush can go watch an Uo's Lab stream with his 4,050 viewers that just raided in. Yeah, we got a lot of raids today. Holy shit. Well, I haven't finished the raid light. I just put raid in the title, and that's enough to like coax these people, these ghouls, into raiding my channel. We're working on these Spinamathing lights, and these Spinamathing lights are actually through Node-RED triggered on raids. When we get a raid, the purple light comes on for now, but we also can toggle on and off the raid lights. So for 5 seconds, I can have the raid lights going, and since this is Node-RED, it is also connected to all of the lights in the shop. So if I wanted, I can use these little triggers over here, I could turn off the lights in here, and I can have the orange glowy lights do their thing. So that's totally capable of being done through all of my interactions with Node-RED. So I have Node-RED as like the front end of all of my Twitch interactions. That way I can spin out very quick, like ESP8266 microcontrollers. I can just throw them at something and it'll stick to it, and boom, we've got a new interactive thing. So far I've been using all of that technology to allow chatters to use channel points to set off fart noises. Looking for a channel to raid. Stream title says raid. I'm starting to see your point about streamer brain damage. Yeah, streaming is a traumatic thing that happens to your brain, and it demonstrably lowers your IQ. Yeah, see, those are in the real world. Those are being picked up by my microphone, so they're very distracting. You missed the last sentence of my comment. Could be a pretty good idea, right? What did I? Whoa! I'm just tossing stuff around and breaking things. How about a real raid siren? Why are the suggestions always, hey, Bother, why don't you fill a bottle with acid and spray it in your face right now? Hey, Bother, why don't you like throw a knife at yourself while you're streaming? Hey, Bother, why don't you make a trap door that drops you into spikes? There are spikes in the stream. No, I'm not going to make something that's going to physically damage my hearing. All of those raids have a particular sound to them because of the resonance that the siren makes. And the siren has such resonance because it is loud as shit. So I'm not going to be able to recreate an air raid siren sound. Slab absolutely had his IQ eroded from TTS spam. I can't even imagine when we had like 100 people in here versus like 200 or 300 is like a different animal. 300 is where I would love to be, but my channel will not grow. I need to figure out stuff that's going to grow my channel. Burn the subs. If I work on burn the subs, we'll get viewers again. I'm going to get myself on the front page when Burn the Subs goes live, and that will be a huge boon to the amount of people that I'm in here. Hopefully that year I don't lose my health insurance by making too much money. That's something that could happen to Bother, and it will be extremely, extremely expensive because I am on a feedback loop system with my cell phone for my type 1 diabetes. I use pods and I use the Dexcom. What are we saying? You should make a toaster that also makes your bath water nice and warm. That's a good one. I'm going to write that down. Not going to allow chat to permanently damage your hearing. We taped an X-Acto knife to a little toy tank that chat was in control of. They had chat commands that they could move the tank around with, and I have never seen a chat more out for blood in my life. They were actually to stab me in the knuckle. The tank had harder rubber treads, and the desk surface is extremely smooth to that material, and the tank didn't have any inertia at all. So it was able to poke me with an X-Acto knife, but it wasn't able to break skin. It did actually get stuck into a roll of painter's tape, but most of Will's streams involve him permanently maiming himself. Yeah, or like making soup in a toilet. Man, I don't know. We're eventually going to get back to music stuff, and I bought this. Remember Iso-Optilator? I do indeed, and that was actually quoted recently when Julian and I were working on stuff. I remember saying something about Iso-Optilator. That was you. Oh, well, good to see you back. Yeah, I remember talking to Julian about this. I'm like, a whole user changed their username permanently because of a gaffe that I had speaking. I thought that was an amazing part of streaming. Don't knock toilet hot pot till you've tried it. Is that like a Chinese proverb? Like, may you never try toilet hot pot? May you never live in interesting times? Like, no, thank you. We're going to get back to music stuff. This thing I'm going to use with modular synthesizer. So the modular synthesizer can make all kinds of crazy stuff. How do you heat up the toilet? That is not a question for me. I know plenty of methods. I do indoor beer brewing. I could come up with something very quickly. I've got a 5,000 watt water tank heater at the bottom of a big pot. So technically, I'm not going to go over this with you guys. Okay. All kinds of cool stuff with the 505. I'm hoping that we can get to fixing that soon. Burn the subs. I got to take priority soon. Right now, we're working on the raid alert. This is the easiest thing in the world. These are basically just a motor on a spring, a spinema thing, and then a lamp that's been locked into position. Weirdly enough, the spinema thing gets kind of hot. So what's your favorite beer to brew? I've made a couple batches of beer. The one that I've been working on, is a North German alt beer, and I brewed that with a very terrible home brewing system that wasn't really fleshed out, and it was the most delicious beer I've ever made. I tried to build it, or I tried to make it with my entire homemade indoor electric brewing system that automated all the stuff that I didn't like, and I have never been able to get it to be as good. I don't know what it is. Yeah, one of them has a spare bulb, which I thought was fascinating. It's got this nice little spare bulb just right inside the chamber. What I'm doing is I've got an LM1117 voltage regulator, and I've got it on these little breakout boards. We're going to use breakout boards for this because this thing was as easy as flipping a switch at a distance. And if you guys look at my bio, you know that my previous career for about 10 years of my life was working on IEDs. Well, actually, one time building them. I did build a couple, actually, based on the techniques and practices that we saw. But this is all reverse engineering IEDs. And so we figured out how they work. We figured out what radio that moved right now. We figured out what radio they were using, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And damn it. And so flipping a switch at a distance is something that I know. But I was doing this in sort of the easiest way that we could figure. I had bought these MOSFET boards to fix my car's anti-lock braking system. They had some FETs in there that were like open FETs. They were just like a chip on a ceramic thing. And so I couldn't source the FET that I wanted unless it was part of this board. Bought a couple of these boards so that I could put the FETs into my car. Then that didn't work, and I just got like a Croatian anti-lock brake computer and put that in, and it worked. So whatever. But anyway, so I had a couple of these boards lying around that can switch a pretty substantial load. These aren't a substantial load, but it's nice to have this on a breakout board. So now I've got a breakout board, I've got a Wi-Fi thing that I've hooked up to Node Red, and I've got a voltage regulator that I bought for musical instrument stuff. The LM1117 is not typically used in a lot of applications unless you're talking about modular synthesizers. The LM1117 can take up to 12 volts. It turns it into 3.3 volts and heat. It creates quite a bit of heat, actually. We're going to have to put a little heat sink on top of this thing. But it's a good voltage regulator. I've used it in a lot of synthesizer-y stuff, like the Hajiwo-inspired RP2040 board that I made up. Pretty cool. Have to work on this one a little bit too. But anyway, so that 1117 should be totally fine with 12 volts. When we plugged in this little board doesn't have a big heatsink on it. So this got really ridiculously hot. So I'm a little concerned about that. ESP can take up to an amp if it's really pushing it. If it's really trying to find a faraway Wi-Fi signal, it can kind of push it a little bit. So this thing can supply up to an amp, but it gets kind of toasty when it does. So I think this will be okay. Never made beer. I love making wine though. Apple wine is delicious, not at all like cider you can buy. Yes, that's the other recipe that I have, the local Acme, not like the Roadrunners Acme. I mean like Acme supermarkets is a thing here in North America. My local Acme, when the season is right, they get cider in, and it's $5 a jug. It's probably more than that now though with the way prices are going with everything, but it was at the Croatian anti-lock brake computer should be your DJ name. Well, anyways, I'm playing at the Trocadero. Anyway, so I'd buy 5 of these 5-gallon jugs, throw them into a carboy, which is a big glass container, and then throw champagne yeast at it. And when it stops bubbling, I'll transfer it into my corny keg. It's like a tiny little keg, and then force CO2 pressurize it, put it in the fridge. It makes a delicious bitter cider. Delicious bitter cider that I love, and I love making it. The other one, yeah, Raid isn't Twitch Raid. No, nobody. That's not an acronym. Nobody does. No, that's a backronym, if anything. That Lavin D47. What are we talking about? This is MC505. 505. I remember the good times when he was trying to fill the carboy up with those, and we kept gifting subs, so he had to stop. I do remember that, actually. I do remember that. Oh, that's the champagne yeast. The one that I buy, I literally just look up champagne yeast on Amazon and just buy whatever. There used to be these little cans of like wet yeast that I could buy from a place in Philly, and you would open it up and it would instantly start bubbling and smelling like beer. Those things were awesome. I've never had a more active brew than with those. The thing that I need to do, and I've had 2 jugs of honey for over a year, I need to just basically dump honey into a carboy, and then what I do is I go to my local Acme and I get those water, the bubbler water jug things. I get 2 of those and just dump them in, and then that you let sit with a mead yeast, but not a sweet mead yeast, for a year, and that makes an absolutely incredible mead. It's a very nice mead, and my friends have been requesting it again because he's apparently now just running out of them. Every now and then he'd take one of the mead bottles and have a mead. Those are like 3 years old though, and I've had that honey for over a year. Turbo yeast is really popular in Scandinavia. Yeah, they make kill you with it. Ah, this is good kill you. You must have used turbo yeast and kept it cold like a lager. Gotta try mead. I've never made any. Made M-A-E-D, The ground or the output one is a little bit trouble here. There we go. Yeah, mead's really easy. You've kept bees and you haven't. What the? How could you? So that batch of mead that was really, really good that my friend was requesting, he was the one that gave me the honey. He, on their house in Westchester, Pennsylvania, has a whole bunch of space. And they said, hey, beekeeper, you can keep some bees on our property. And it's good for the bees, good for the beekeeper. And then at the end of the season, you can say, hey, my buddy needs like 7 pounds of this for mead. So I got 7 pounds of yeast for mead. And it was delicious. Okay, pin headers. Yeah, kill you. Yeah. I've flayed my summer car. I know what kill you is. Kill you. All right, 3 pins. We're going to use wire wrap to put this thing together, so I can just make it kind of an open air thing just in this area of the spinamalite. And then we'll be able to solder the wire wrap wires to the pins of the ESP, which aren't 0.1 inch spaced, so I can't put a header on them. Yeah, it's an awesome deal for everyone involved. My friend gets mead, I get honey and mead. The beekeeper gets to keep bees, I guess. Wait, where did this one come from? There's like a pin header stuck on my little programmer. It just didn't... These stupid DuPont ones. DuPont. Okay, this guy. And then I want the regulator facing up, even though the LED faces down. It'd probably be better not to have a just LED shining through the case of this thing anyway, so it's not intrusive. Yeah, when you say Willow, a little picture of Willow comes up here, a random one. When you say idea in chat, the idea light lights up. There's other petulant things that I've done that only work when stream starts soon is up. When stream starts soon is up and somebody says stream starts soon, a giant one, a big petulant start soon will pop up. That one is not active because start soon isn't on. Oh yeah, we're not doing that, we're doing this. So big female pin header to keep the headers from melting. Ah! That was Willow in her little bed below my desk. Right behind me, there's a little desk. I mean, a big desk. I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. I have a big desk. I'm a big boy. But anyway, behind me, there's under my desk, there's a little bed set up for Willow. And she likes to basically retreat to it when things are a little too loud in the house. When I'm streaming, she does not retreat to her little cubby hole. And I, of course, am not a popular enough streamer to force her to be in bed with a shock collar. So the only electric collar that we've made for Willow has 92 LEDs in it. And she's absolutely fabulous when she wears it. It's a big desk. I don't do a good Trump impression. The biggest one you've ever seen. No desks like it. Okay, so soldering, I've got the header plugged into the female header. And actually, that's the wrong direction. I want it on the other side so that they stick up, because we're kind of putting these down on the substrate, and then we're going to wire wrap onto them. Hey, the other problem with the UO RAID, Fat, if you want to bother to, if you could do a shout out for Code Rushed, because Code Rushed rated us as well as UO. So when you heat these up, because they were, oh, you already did it. Okay, thank you. Sorry. My interface here with with reality is, thank you for doing that. I didn't see it at all. This is basically my interface with reality. And when you get a raid of that many people, it's like flying by. Everybody gets their memes in and tries to like get me to pay attention. And I just I can't get it all. I believe Slab used to be a singer. Interesting. I didn't know that. Oh no, used a stinger. You can see here that I'm the problem. I can't read. I never learned how to read. I just see shapes and I just kind of wing it. Sorry, he used a stinger, which is a heater that you would lower into the toilet in order to heat it up. So that's very much similar to the brewing setup. And then that was the last instance of that one, and then everything was chaos. Cool. Well, anyway, Slabbers, welcome in. Love to have you here. Hate to see you leave. Love to watch you go. We're doing basic soldering. This is the part that a lot of people, your text looks so small. I could probably make that a little larger. I could make that like old man sized. I don't know. I couldn't read that if I had all the time in the world. No, you would be able to. Things are, so people have come in and like visited the shop who've watched me on the show. And they're always like baffled by how small everything looks. Cause I use these cameras to get a lot of very close-up shots of everything, right? And so everybody thinks things are huge in this lab. They're not. Everything's very small. That text is larger than you think, though. Using a wide lens makes text look small. I did not know that. Sorry, trying to get to this camera. So we're going to solder to this. We're using a pin header because these things are made on a budget. They're made to be cheap. And if you solder these without something plugged into them, oftentimes you will get away with it. It'll be totally fine. Nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Nothing bad will happen at all. Nothing. But if you keep the heat on there just a little bit too long, the plastic that makes up the headers will melt. I mean, even if I bump my soldering iron up against this, it starts to melt it a little bit. You see, I just melted the end there. Shouldn't do that. But to prevent the pins from getting all cattywampus, you plug it into the header. Not only will that act as a heatsink, even though there's a very limited amount of metal inside of this thing, it will still act as a heatsink. It'll also act as an alignment tool to keep your pins from getting all cattywampus. Just move the microscope camera to the screen and then the text is huge. Why didn't I think of that? By the way, when I'm streaming and I'm talking to you guys like this, and I've got the face cam in certain positions, I'm like ducking around my camera system and like glancing at chat while I'm back here. Oh, there you guys are. I see you. I see that chat you just made. Good message. Anyway, it's like weird. The weird things that I do to give you guys the angles that I have. The microscope, by the way, that's a Logitech webcam, and that's this right here. It has googly eyes on it, but the Kurokesu is a shop that makes these sort of scientific camera mounts. They don't make the one for the Logitechs anymore because it's all super old, but this is an aluminum mount with a Logitech C920 in it that has a C mount on it, and then an adapter from a C mount to the ever-loved, the universally loved Nikon 18mm lens. Everybody hates this lens, but I had two of these, so put one on this, put a UV filter on it and an infrared filter on it, and then it made this wonderful 2-foot standoff for the microscope, so I can work within this huge theater of operation, and you guys get a 1080p webcam view of it. Worked out really nice. Your shop looks awesome. Mine is half built because I ran into wiring issues. Shops take all kinds of forms. This one is every single worldly possession that I have in one room. That's just the living situation that I'm in. And I decided, because I have a bedroom and I have this little shop room in the basement. And so I built up the shop room as much as I could. And I had to move up to the walls in order to make it happen. That's the live on air light over there. And then there's all this stuff where I store projects. And then that's the racing rig project, which is kind of a big deal. We'll be working on that eventually, but yeah. Yep, my shop is like a character in and of itself, but this didn't happen overnight. I've been streaming since 2016. Shop looked way different in 2016. Yeah, anyway. Burn the subs? Yeah, it's going on to a live edge piece of wood. I had to go to a weird town in Pennsylvania that was really touristy, and I think it was $300 for that board. It'll pay for itself. It always does. We got 6,000 subscribers on the other board, so you can imagine that also paid for some other stuff in here. But that board will be coming to life eventually. We're going to start working on it again real soon, and I know I keep saying this is crooked. I'm gonna have to live with it being crooked. I'm not gonna fix that. I am gonna fix it. I can't live with it being crooked. This is impossible. I can't. I know, it's become a meme, too much of a meme. I will get back to it, I promise you guys that. I know it's too much of a meme. Father's gonna work on the board. The board hasn't worked since the pandemic. It filled up during the pandemic, and that's when we started working on the new one. And then I kind of became a bit of a perfectionist with it. we did a lot of 3D modeling for stuff that I don't need on the board anymore, because I can just assign a separate light for the board status instead of having it on the board. There are still some things that we do need to do with the board. We'll get to it. I will get to it now that I've got the sim racing setup sitting there. I can wheel that away and then work on burn the subs, which will be exposed. And so we've needed to do like wiring streams, and then we'll need to do coding streams. I don't know what code, what software we're going to be running, because we're not going to be doing Octo Clipper. We don't need the Octo interface. We just need Clipper, and then I guess API to run it, and then my software to make the shape that it's going to burn. Wrong side. Get them up, move them out. Wrong side. Ah! Okay, it's stuck. Clipper and Moonraker, that's what you're running your 3D printer on, right? Does that have provisions for laser etchers? I think it does. I think people were working on it. It wasn't as supported when we were working on Burn the Subs the last, like a year ago, but it is now. It does. Okay, so they've fleshed that out. I finally got the space to be able to split mine and have woodworking in one shop and electronics in the other. Ah, I don't like woodworking. Yeah, I saw there was a little shindig at a neighbor's house, and I got to see their workspace, and they were like the same person as me. They have antique electronics on curio shelves, and then they have a little like soldering station set up in the unfinished part of their basement. And then in the finished part of the basement, he's got like a giant U-desk and a couch and a TV. I was like, man, if I owned the whole space down here, I would definitely be doing something similar to that. That's a little crooked. I shouldn't be a perfectionist about this. Whole life in one room, yeah. It's just what happens, man. When you do projects like this, and I was living in, like apartments, you would just have a part of your bedroom be where all the electronics goes, and you couldn't have a lot of stuff. And then I went from having my own apartment to living with people, and that also kind of stressed the spaces around a little bit. We want to have a TV room. Yeah, okay. Can't just set up like Djibouti Show and make the whole first floor of my place into a streaming setup. Love to do that. Probably stream more. I do probably need to stream more so we can get to these projects more. Okay, I think that sets us up with all the hardware except for heatsink. To do a heatsink on a voltage regulator like this, with the limited amount of space that I have, what I'm going to do is load up desoldering braid. So if you look, desoldering braid is a braid of copper that uses the capillary effect of molten metal, and just any liquid in general, to suck stuff up into it. It's literally just what wick is. So what happens is you will place this down onto a pad, and it'll wick up all of the solder. Well, all of it except for the microscopic layer that still coats that you can't get rid of without mechanical sanding. It'll suck all that up, and it's really visually fun to have on camera. This stuff is really effective, but it is copper that is disposable, so this gets a little bit expensive. If you find a brand that works well, do not deviate from that brand, because bad solder wick is just not worth it. Chemtronics rosin SD solder wick might be a little bit expensive, but it is worth days of frustration in the end. So, but we're not using solder wick to wick solder. We're using solder wick as a big piece of copper. So the old pieces of solder wick, had I held on to them, would be a really good stand-in for a heatsink here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a big horizontal piece across this. I could bend it up like little wings, but I think just generally doing this will provide enough heat sinking for this. Chemtronics and MG chemicals are my go-to. What's up, my wolf? Yeah, that's those are generally the good ones. And like, I've had experience with some solder wicks that just don't work. I've tried a couple brands. I haven't tried them all, but I found these and I didn't look back. Yeah, so solder wick can do two things. It can either be, well, three things. It can be solder wick, first of all. It can be a giant trace that you lay down on circuit board to handle high current, which I've done quite a bit. I've actually had a design for a PCB that had exposed copper in the middle of a trace, and then I soldered down solder wick in order to produce an extremely high current trace. I posted a thing about PWN tools in Clipper in your stream channel. Okay, thank you. I will look that up when I get a chance. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so in this case, we're using it as a giant piece of copper, not as a giant trace, but as a giant, I need tweezers or I'm gonna burn my hand, as a big heat sink. So I'm gonna load this up with solder. I don't necessarily have to load it up with solder. I probably could have just left it, but we can wick solder into this. The vise that I use is a soldering thing. I like it. I don't like those little grabby hands with the posable grabby hands. I don't like those. I like this because it provides inertia and a flat spot and all that fun stuff, but it does suck the heat away from the thing that I'm soldering. So it tends to have a bit of a cooling effect on stuff that's in contact with it. The flux is, of course, sticking it down. So let's get this to be a little bit higher up. All right, I apologize if I missed any chat messages, guys. GoldenEye and Man with a Golden Gun. I don't know what that was in reference to. Okay, try that. Okay, I think I'm up to date with chat, sorry. Just looking over there to see what's going on. So yeah, we're gonna use this as a supplemental heatsink and see if that keeps the 1117 in a happier place to where I can put hot glue under it and it won't walk away. Here, let's freshen up the solder on the top of this thing. This is why I have the big iron tip right now. With the big iron on his tip. Big iron on his tip. Does anybody know anything about Twitch subtitles? I've been looking into that a little bit, and what I'd like to do is get Twitch subtitles, either Twitch subtitles or whatever I'm using to create subtitles, to get live bother speak into Node-RED. So if I say Willow, the Willow thing can pop up on screen, and other punchy little fun things like that. This is an unfortunate position for this. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't. I looked up a bunch of stuff on how to do it, and it seems like you need something on your computer to generate the subtitles. Rat with a Compiler makes an OBS plugin for captions that uses Google's backend. I think I saw that somewhere. I'm gonna burn myself if I do this. Can I just hold it like this? So if I can take a look at what Rat with a Computer has, I would somehow need to direct it to MQTT, and then I would have it in not Clipper, what am I talking about? Again, streaming brain trauma is a thing. It affects your favorite streamers. Please donate today so that we can end the scourge of low IQ streaming. There's some local things that do subtitles. Yeah, there's some OBS plugins, right? But then the Rat with a Computer uses Google to make it work properly and not get weird wrong sayings. But I don't know if I'm concerned with that. What I'm concerned with is how quickly it'll send packets into Node-RED. If you guys noticed, well, that's done locally on my computer. The zoom in function is done with OBS. So that lagging was not a matter of there being a lot of messages, never mind. But there were a lot of messages rolling in, and I think, oh, what is that? Why is there a capacitor down there? We desoldered a capacitor. What the heck? Well, at least we know where it came from. We can get it back on. How the hell did that happen, little buddy? This thing probably wasn't strictly necessary on the regulator. Nope, it's missing from right here. Why would it drop off from that part of the board? I don't think I was applying that much heat. I hope the pads aren't damaged. Otherwise, I mean, basically you have a big and a small capacitor on the input to just filter out transients and to help this thing come up to power all at once. So I guess I could do this with a big iron. It's tough because this ledge is right here. Ooh, and I'm a little shaky today. Oh, you're a ground pin, aren't you? Oh, you're a ground pin. That's why this thing desoldered itself. Nope. All right, I'm just going to glob it. We're just going to put a big glob on it. Flux. This is why I hate flux. My parts are sticking to the tweezers. Hold on, let's get a blobule of solder on this thing. I was worried I might have caught it on the corner of the vise, but I don't think I did. Because the pads look okay, and they don't have little pieces of the capacitor ends on it. It's just this isn't flat to the board. My tweezers, they're close, but they're not flat to the board. If I can push down on this just a little bit. There we go. Now this will mechanically arrange itself for me if I get both of these to be molten at the same time, but I don't know if I can. There's a little bit of like material on it that's making this clunky. There. I don't care if it's just a little bit out of alignment. Not everything has to be straight, shit lord. All right, there. Okay. Good enough. Not that it's even necessary in the circuit, to be honest. Okay. Good, 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 good. Doctor. Okay. The thing that bugs me is that I'm going to be putting a dollop of hot glue under this, and that LED is probably going to be covered by it. Maybe. I guess I could put the dollop back here, and then maybe that light will be like sort of a ghostly red around this. And hopefully this heatsink keeps the LM1117 cool enough that it doesn't melt my hot glue. Otherwise, I could use VHB tape. VHB? It's literally sitting in front of me. Yeah, VHB. This stuff will stick dust to dust, and it'll never let go. They use this in some car panels, like some mirror panels on your car, held on by tape that is suspiciously like VHB tape. This stuff is really good for also securing electronics with a little layer of double-sided foam tape, but it is nasty stuff to get rid of. All right, so there's our one modification to this. Now we do the other one real quick, since we're building two of these. The palms of my hands, so good lord. I guess it is a little hot in here. Yeah, so this is what we do on this stream. We solder stuff. Sometimes we break things. Generally, we build things, although no guarantee. If you don't see what you like, there's the door. Oh yeah, desoldering braid. Derp. Doo-doo-doo-doo. So we'll just put a piece across like that. And I lost all of my viewers. What measurement has the grid on the map, if possible, in metric? Huh? What? Wait, what? Hold on. The grid in the background of the stream that you see is the cutting mat that I use. And these are 1 inch. I don't think I could find it in metric. So 2.54 thousand, I don't remember, 2.54 times 12. No, that's not, whatever, it's 1 inch, 1 inch square. You could type that into Google if you want the millimeter. I forget the program offhand, but it seems like you can find it. Yeah, but can I get it to speak to MQTT? That would be the secret sauce. That would be really funny, because then I can have all kinds of weird things. Like if I say gold bond wire, I can have it bring up a picture of like a bottle of gold bond. Any recommendations on soldering setup brands in general? I'm about to upgrade from my ancient one. Unfortunately, mine is also ancient. This is the one that was used in the tech center of the FBI, although this is a newer version of it. The ADS-200 is a 300 watt soldering iron. It has really kind of quick exchange tips. You can just pull that sucker out, put a new one in. Very easy. I like it a lot. I don't know if I would recommend it these days because so many other soldering stations, given the boon of electrical engineering and electrical hobby project things, there have been a lot of like off-brands that are nice and cheap, and there's probably ones like your TS100, TS80, all that stuff is probably fine. Final exam maxing. What, do you have a test coming up? Didn't coronavirus start with a cruise ship? And also, am I crazy? We know a lot about Hanta, and we're taking a lot of precautions as long as these dumbass rich people can keep their asses off of crowded areas for a little while. It probably will not end up as a pandemic. It's definitely something to keep an ear on, but I don't think it's as crazy as they're making it out to be. That's still newer than you. Well, okay, so, but the Pace Station with AccuDrive is, it's just what I know, and it produces a lot of heat, and when I'm soldering daily with it, it is a trooper. Like, I've never had a problem with the soldering iron, knock on wood. But my needs are a little bit more industrial than your typical hobbyist. And there's a lot of like really good soldering irons out there for the hobbyists. So I'm not a really good authority on that. I'm a different animal when it comes to these tasks and tools. This is sticking to the thing with flux, and then when it sticks with flux, it bleeds all of the heat off because it makes an interface with the metal. Oh, God. Okay, there, I got it. This would be better done on a piece of FR4, and I have the tail end of a Voodoo video card, a Voodoo 4. 3? It might have been a 3. I have a Voodoo 3 that had this obscene whale tail of a PCB because it was supposed to interface with the original design of PCB slots, which is to have PCI slots, sorry. The original design of PCI slots, which were supposed to have like a card hanger at the very front of the PC case. And so that's what the Voodoo 3 or 4, I forget which one it was, did. And so I had this graphics card sitting around, and I needed a surface that wouldn't wick away all of the heat of my soldering iron. So I cut the Voodoo video card. Dun, dun, dun. I think it had been blown up anyway. I think my friend had it for a while, and he kind of overclocks pretty brutally. And so he ended up frying the whole power supply of the thing. You son of a bitch, come here. Pretty sure my soldering setup is from Radio Shack in 2008. We had a Radio Shack here in my local area that was active for a long time after they supposedly went out of business. And that's literally used to be, I don't know if they're still there because I didn't see their placard on the building last time I got Wawa, but that's where DuckDuckGo was headquartered. If you want to know where Bother's local Wawa is, there you have it. I am much more doxed than Uo is. I kind of popped into his last streams and he was talking about being concerned with doxing. Let go! Let go! Oh, gee, come on! No, 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 oh, no, 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 no. That's fine. Heat sink. Okay, there we go. Now we're not. Oh, it held on to the current for so long. The heat, rather. Uo is a crackhead in Ohio. He's one of a million. He visited me one time. He was in my area, and so I was like, let's go to the local brew. And it was like, apparently this brewery is like super legendary. Although, to be fair, I bought a lot of their beer and took it home after I met up with his ass. And I tried it and it wasn't that great. I don't know, their quality has dropped off a little bit. They used to do a lot of milkshake brews there, which were delicious. Apparently the schedule for adding hops to the boil, you have a 2-hour boil, and every 30 minutes you add hops. Generally, you add hops once or twice during a boil. The sooner you add it, the more of the natural hops oils are going to kind of boil off on you. And it'll have different properties for the end flavor of the beer. If you add hops every 30 minutes, though, apparently it tastes like strawberry milkshake. So it's very weird. There's some very good brews there. All right, that's good enough for me to poop on, so here we go. Ew, no, they're good. They're delicious. It still tastes like beer, but whatever. All right, so now we assemble. Let me get my glue gun. We'll put one of these together first. I guess maybe we'll populate this one up, and then we'll take a look at the other one. But I've got basically one entry point for all the current going in. What is that? Oh, that's the plug that we need to add. I've got an entry point for the current, and I've got like a hole in the bottom, so we'll have to figure out where we're going to put the barrel plug. I was in Wuhan in the city. Oh, I don't know, man. We're not getting into that. Remember to listen to doctors because they're fucking doctors. They deserve to be listened to. All right, so. Yeah, like as with anything that's kind of pandemic-y, we've had a couple of those. Not, you know, ignoring COVID, we've had a couple of those. And you just kind of keep your ear to the ground on that and don't go crazy. Because it's always an evolving situation and everybody's going to politicize it after the fact. But as the information comes in, it just, you know, back to that. My mom's chiropractor calls himself a doctor. Should I follow his advice? You know, sure. We could use one less person on the planet. All right, so where am I going with this? I am getting... Wait, everything's just right here. I don't need anything, do I? Yes, he's a good dude. Yeah, I think we have everything for this, except for like the actual 12-volt power supply, which I'm gonna have to find. I think I have a couple. I have a big bin full of wall warts that I want to use. Oh, the glue gun. That's what I was getting. I was getting the glue gun. The glue gun. I bubbled up a bug assault. This is a personal project. I took a bug assault and I figured out how to mount Picatinny rail stuff to it. And then I bought cheap Amazon accessories. The light is somewhere else. I have the light somewhere else. But let me tell you something. The bug assault, when you use it on spiders that are the size of $quarter or whatever, or dollar bill coins, whatever, it just makes the spider mad. The spider just gets mad at you. Don't use it on spider. This is really meant to shred wings, to be honest. So if you have a flying insect around, but bub it up my my bug assault. I still have to put like a big thing on the front of this. So if I pull this up to like a cop, they'll shoot me and kill me. But I want to like hide the little needly little thing and make it look like a big manly barrel. Be a man, have a big barrel. All right, putting that back on the shelf. I was just moving that to get it out of the way. Look up on BBC, everything you need to know. All right, you guys can talk about that stuff, I guess, but that's not really what we're doing. Okay, where's my glue gun? Not there. There it is. I bought this thing a while ago to replace my $1 Michaels glue gun. Actually, was it Michaels or I think it was at Michaels that I bought it. It was just in a bin full of glue guns. But this one is battery powered. So I can actually get some use out of these DeWalt batteries that I bought. I think it does okay. Locked and loaded. I think it's just on now. Oh no, there we go. There was a switch right here. What was your most favorite project ever? Oh boy. I think it might have been this. Just because I literally just bought an RC car and put it together. Because we were going to make the ultimate cheating Mario Kart home circuit, which, by the way, the Scandinavian company that made Mario Kart home circuit, they showed their prototype, and it is a Raspberry Pi 0W on a 1/24th scale Z car, which is these guys, and a little webcam sticking up. So Mario Kart Home Circuit, the augmented reality Mario Kart RC car, $100 thing, was built on this scale of RC. So what we're gonna do is put like a really powerful motor in there and like give it a suspension and stuff so that I could send it to Djibouti Show and actually cheat on Mario Kart Home Circuit. But I was trying to strike while the anvil was hot and I didn't really make good progress with that. We never really got to it. Now that I have a 3D scanner, we could probably do much, much better. But I decided to like go ham with the 1/24th scale. And so I bought like a professional, this is an Atom SZ2 frame, and we built it on stream. Then I started 3D modeling parts for it. And so the cross beam, instead of being a carbon fiber beam, is actually printed with PETG. And we were able to get some DOS Micro gyroscope, 11 channel radio, and a motor, 3-phase motor controller all on this thing. I would have liked to use a smaller motor controller, but the STM32 based one at the time was meant for helicopters, and so we couldn't reprogram it properly. But I sort of stuffed all the stuff into a cross beam, and we have, you know, a nice servo and a motor that I had to choose very specifically because with this scale of RC car, the motor will very easily outpower the system that you're running. So this one I catered to the, what is going on up there? Catered very specifically to this frame and getting it to go as fast as possible while being stable. So I have a bike computer in the top piece. This was a low poly model from Thingiverse of a Lancia, not Delta. Oh man, I'm forgetting what it is now. I'm a car guy, but not that kind of car guy. I should remember. It was the last rear wheel drive Group B winning rally from Lancia. Well, anyway, it's not all-wheel drive, but the frame is all-wheel drive, which is a little bit anachronistic. I probably should print out a Lancia Delta, but I put a lot of modeling into the low poly model in order to make it work as an RC car body. I used a function in Fusion that does sort of a coring out of an inside to make a 1mm sidewall so that if I crash this thing, it'll blow up because it's fun. Then I took magnetic 037, yes, Lancia 37. There were like only a dozen of them made because they had to like sell the car in order to run it on that rally. We have magnetic pogo pin connectors on each end. So I have 6 pins that I can send to stuff on the body. So eventually, if I ever get back to it, I want to design this to have headlights and taillights and stuff. And then those will be able to be activated with the remote. I'm going to print this body in semi-clear, so smoked plastic. This is on the Goop printer. And then if I have headlights and taillights, it'll look awesome. Yeah, this thing got to about 37 miles an hour without the gyroscope, and then I crashed it into a curb and it exploded. So next time I get a try with the gyroscope, I want to see what the top speed is. I don't really know what the goals for this are, and nobody in the area does 1/24th scale. 1/24th scale is really about putting a carpet down in your garage and having a race there. So none of my friends wanted to get into 1/24th scale RC cars with me, so this is just a journey in being a giant man baby. Why is that sticking? Why is that, wait, why, that wasn't even warm and it's stuck. This stuff is really kind of tacky, isn't it? All right. Actually, I should probably turn this off because I should build these things into the system first. So they're hanging off of each component, and then I can figure out where they're going to go in here. No, that's the wrong way around. We should plug it in first and then do it. So V in minus goes there. Well, if I do them the other way around, I can do this way. That post is like right in the way though. Come on down here and see what I'm doing. Sorry, I have to find the stream. I just rearranged all the Stream Deck tiles so that I was utilizing the whole Stream Deck XL. So now I got to learn where all my buttons are. Yeah, the low poly models were really cool to find. They're the Lancia 37037 low poly. I guess we're going to put it here. There's no other real choice. Just going to go right here, and so we'll cut that a little shorter. I could do it so that the cable goes into the body of the thing. This thing is not as good as cutting as it used to be. What's up, Plush Master? Those years when Lancia goes racing and not on trailers. What, before they discovered Rust? Lancia said, I've done it. I've finally invented Rust. And they put it into all their cars. Man, if I was a little bit more prolific, I would be doing more car projects. If I had control over the space that I occupy in more of a manner, I would kick one of the cars out of the garage and have a mobile stream setup where I could do some fun car projects. 1982, Lancia Rally 37. Stradale 8080. Solula lipende varita. Turak 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 turak. Da da da. Solula lipende varita. Marca. I used to have that memorized phonetically. Not anymore. I don't know what I'm singing, but Dollar Mendy. Okay, a Lancia 1982 Lancia Rally 37 Stradle sold at auction in 2017 for $588,000. There's one online for sale right now that's not even fully restored, and it's at $450,000. They made 12, and the car was legendary. It's actually about the size of like a Lotus. It's actually not a very big car. It looks like it might be big, but it's not. And it was very intentionally made for rally racing. But the rules at the time said that you had to sell it on the consumer market. I saw a Swedish streamer test one out and looked awesome. Any moving parts? No. Okay, so we don't have to worry about butting up against stuff. So I can just install this here. Power coming in through here is probably going to have to loop around, which is fine. And then I'll figure out where this goes. I mean, unless I just do, like, put it here. But then that's only if the tip can actually fit in, which it doesn't. Unless I do this at an angle, and then this right angle connector would be the one that I'd want to use. But I don't have anything connected to the right angle connector. Yeah, it's a bit like a Ferrari, yeah. What's that? Oh, that's the auction. Crazy. Faster because it's red. Yes. Demonstrably. That's just real. I don't know what I'm going to do about the power socket. I guess I'll just solder wires onto this for now, and then we'll deal with it some other time. I'll deal with it on my own when I decide, when I find what specific power supply I'm using for this, I'll figure that out. So right now, all I need is a red and black wire, which are way over there. One sec. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get a wire. I gotta go get a wire. I gotta go get a wire. Okay, here's wires. How big are those? Perfect. The perfect size is sitting right on top. Gotta move my legs a little bit. Stretch your legs. Don't want to get blood clots. Blood clot. But yeah, I like the design, and the low poly model was one of the main reasons that I did it, because I was able to take the model into Blender, and I was able to fix a lot of the overlaps and stuff that made it more viable as a CAD model for an actual car body. I don't know the person that made the actual CAD model. I think I gave them credit. I think I did. But as a giant man baby, that was a really fun project because I got to do car stuff, which I haven't been able to do a lot of. The car that I own right now is an aging 2000 era BMW station wagon. And I love it to death. I do wish it wasn't 2000 era because I don't like the shape of those cars, the E39, before the facelift. It got a facelift eventually, which made it slightly more pretty, but the E46 is okay, but the E39 I do really, really like. It's a bit more blocky. The turn signals are like new. I don't have it right now, but I do have, usually within reach. Right now it's sitting in an amalgamation of parts, this horrible, horrible seething, fused nonsense that's just full of car parts, including the keys for a VW, the whole key barrel for a VW. that we lock-picked. We did a little lock-picking lawyer, and we removed a couple of the tumblers of this thing. I've got all those car parts sitting in a pile, but a turn signal is included with those parts. Jerk. But yeah, I'll be able to put on the sim setup an actual like car like wheel lockout. I don't think I can make this do anything, but it's got the feel of a real starter, and I know that in my winter car there are buttons assigned for the key position, so we'll be able to use it for that. Not to mention that if I get all this stuff into Node Red, we'll be able to make it do other stuff in this shop as well. And I know at some point I'm going to have to hack the wireless and make it go wook wook. But that day is not today. Today we are working on this. All right, arm focus in. Take a look. There we go. And then if we drop that down, this can go here, and then this gets these two. And I won't use, I'm not, if this were the final iteration of this, I would want these to have some type of strain relief or shrink wrap over the outside. Shrink wrap over the outside can keep the wire from bending at the metal. If it bends, it's going to bend at the weakest point. And so when you solder these things, the weakest point will be at the end of that sort of solid solder that you have. And then it'll end up bending specifically where there's no jacket around it to give it a little bit more strength. And the jacket also makes it bend in a softer bend. So it'll bend at a harsh bend at the end of that solder and break off. That's why in cars, you should not be using solder. You should be using crimps. Crimps allow for flexure, and they typically will crimp over the jacket of the wire as well. I posted the OBS plugin for the captions in, and I do think you can send them with some work. That would be nice. That's going to be something to work on. I may work on that off air tomorrow and really kind of look into that, because I've been looking into it a little bit. If you look at the stream projects section for Bother's stream projects, I usually try to keep everyone abreast of what's going on. When did I split my thumbnail? When did that happen? Did you guys see when that happened? What the I'm gonna have to glue that. I'm going to have to glue you back together. What the hell? When did I split my whole damn thumbnail? This is another use for flush cutters, by the way. One of a very good use is that you can get your nails trimmed all the way down to the biological part of the nail that you don't want trimmed. Although that's going to feel weird for me, it'll keep that from splitting a bit more. I'm going to have to put like a thing of glue on top of that. No better time than here. No better place than now. Oh, yeah. Can't stop us now. Okay, let me just get this done before I really split this. Prevent a split nail. Welcome to Bother's Beauty Tips, where I beautify my tips. Hope that does something. It'll make my thumbnail feel weird for a little while, but I want to prevent that from splitting up. Use a file. No, I'm fine. No, the flush cutters are really good at that. Look. You can just sneak them on. Boop. There we go. It's a little close for my comfort, though. I do like actually having a nail. Okay, anyway. Put the glue away. This is like gel, so it doesn't stick to flesh as much as I would like it to. What's up, Lolland? We had some mega super duper raids today. Pretty crazy. We got some UO people in here. We got some Code Rushed people in here. Very nice to have all of you. We had like 10 viewers at the beginning of stream. It was a little depressing. You are on my TV. That's not a good place for me. I'm not responsible enough to be on TV. That's why I'm on Twitch. That's good boy Elmo. It's a good name. So a lot of the more unhinged Twitch names, and there are some unhinged Twitch names, let me tell you, chat. Oh my god. I made Burn the Subs in order to encourage people to subscribe to the channel, and it worked, and it got people like gifting lots of subs, but a lot of the time it got people to search for some of the more unhinged Twitch names, usernames, and they are unhinged. That's the best thing that I can say about those names. because the game with Burn the Subs, as is expected, is to try to find something that really should have been censored. And while we know what direction that can ultimately go in, we know there are certain subjects that I will not allow people to try to front as humor in the subscriber names. So what I'm going to do on the new Burn the Subs is another big branch of the project. That project box over there needs a job. And I think the job is going to be as the bouncer for Burn the Subs so that I can shut down a name before it goes on the board, because there were a couple names that I had to kind of sand off. You sort of read them and you went from a state of haha funny to sort of, oh, that's really not funny when you read it out loud. So yeah. Still have an idea for that. I was thinking that with putting it in Node Red, we have access to some like profanity filtering. So I could maybe have it flag a name via Node Red and then send it to the little control panel. Lawn Dog has been here. Okay. Just been watching while doing things a responsible adult should do. I have many things that I need to do as a responsible adult that I've been welching on. The last time my car was inspected was 2024. I need to register it as an antique because it's from the year 2000. The year 2000. Yeah. I haven't done that, and it's just filling out forms. But I haven't been using my car a lot, which is discouraging to me, a car guy. But, you know, I work from home, so... Ah! Unhinged username. Gifted by Anon. Maybe a fart Anon. Huh? Huh? Imagine not using your favorite hobby. I know, man. It sucks. This should go into a circuit board, but I'm free soldering to it, which is kind of a problem because this is a mechanical thing that interacts with the user of the device. So it's really not a good idea to do what I did. This gives me no provisions for putting a sideways plug on here. I mean, I could solder it, or sorry, hot glue it like this, just right on top of this gaping hole, or we could machine the hole away and I could perhaps fit this in there somehow, or put it on a right angle PCB, or just stick it through the hole that we make. It's about the right size. Maybe we'll do that. Okay, I'm gonna get a big drill, like a big drill. That's too big of a drill. It's not too big of a drill. It's fine. It's a fine drill. No, you don't need to do that. Step drill? Help, step drill, I'm stuck. I own up to my foul gift subs. Well, thank you for the gift sub, Anonymous. Omnominous. Okay, over here. The part where I select the drill bit. Oh, this is another one that SpeedyCat gave me a bunch of advice on this, but I need to figure out how to get the status of my server into Node Red so that I can have a warning light if any of the drive platters are in a bad smart status or whatever. That's something that I need to do sooner than later because eventually something is going to go wrong with that server. And I would like to know before I have a catastrophic failure like I did the last time something went wrong with the server. I think one of these, that's not, no, I want the really steppy one. The big steppy drill. Oh, this is a roughing bit. Well, that was a roughing bit. Now I don't know where it is. I didn't know I had any roughing bits. Fascinating. Where's my big steppy? I'm looking through like a little bin of drill bits that I keep next to the milling machine. Oh yeah, the thermals. You can see all my veins through the thermals. What are you doing, step drill? Let's see. I had a really steppy one, and I think I took it somewhere, and I must have left it there. Or it's under this. No, yeah, it's not in here. That's weird. I wonder what happened to it. Please, this one, though. This one will be fine. I'm trying to use a thinner one so that we can get all the way through, hogging out that little piece of plastic so that we've got a surround of the barrel plug, and then I can throw a bunch of hot glue around that, and hopefully that'll hold it steady, and we won't have a big intrusive power socket. And if I'm lucky, I'll find a 12-volt power brick that has a right angle plug. What happened the last time with the server? Many years ago, after a buddy helped me set up a file server back in 2011. 2011. The year I got an email from my finance bro saying, hey, should we invest in Bitcoin? I said, nah, it's just a fad. I was so confident until the next 10 years happened. Anyway, so what happened was one of the drives went bad and then another one of the drives went bad. And I went from going, why is my file server slow, to my file server is permanently broken and I've lost a lot of project files and I've lost a lot of files that were very personal. A lot of porn. Is that wide enough? I mean, if I flatten the other part of it, the top part of it, then yeah, it'll be flat enough. So let's see if I can just hob the plastic off now and just break it off. Salute to the stash. But no, I lost a lot of like Arduino programs and stuff, like for devices that I created that were doing a festival tour at the time. So if anything happened to them, and something did eventually happen to them because the people who bought that device were dumbasses, and they put 12 volts directly into an Arduino Mini. Not Pro Mini, just Mini. The thing definitely blew up, and I had to completely recreate the software for the device. That was kind of crucial to some of the displays at the festival. So that was traumatic enough that I feel that I should definitely have control over what the file server is doing, you know, an awareness of what's going on with my file server. All right, so we hobbed off the end of the plastic there by just bending it, and now I'm just going to make it flat. So I'm going to use a scalpel, not an X-Acto knife. You would think, hey, let me use the X-Acto knife here. No, use a scalpel, because the X-Acto knife has that collar sheath with the little like pinchy thing. That's all well and good if you really wrench it down, but it's very hard to get good torque on those knurled bits, and so you don't really end up wrenching it down. And if you're cutting complex things, your blade will loosen and fall out. So instead, what I use, well, I'm gonna use flush cutters a little bit here. I use a scalpel because it locks in and it allows you to bend it all over the place, and you know, it doesn't fall out. So yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, so these are like the finishing touches on a project. We got the concept working. There's a couple little software features that I would like to bake in, and I'll do those on my own, but I wanted to have a stream where we actually did the thing. We actually like kind of finished a project, so to speak. So these are square on the end, so I'm gonna have to square off this thing, and so that's where the triangle file comes in handy. I'll have to do it from the other end. I'm gonna get fingerprints all over this lens. So I'm just going to square out part of this, and then we'll fill it with the hot glue, and that'll be our thing. I printed the Steam controller 3D model. That would have needed a scalpel to finish it up. Yeah, this plastic is really easy to manipulate though. All things considered, I could also just put it like this. But I don't know if it wouldn't really glue in very well like that. Oh, I see. The supports weren't super clean. Yeah. Willow is going nuts at something right now. I just hear her like, woo, woo. It's like, stop it. Shush. I'm presenting to literally more than 4 people right now. And all you do is bark. How dare you? Nah, it's all right. She's a puppy dog. She can do what she wants. She threw up this morning. I woke up, gave her belly rubs, posted the picture to the Discord channel for pets, and took her out for a little walk, and she pooped, did a big old normal poop, and then she threw up, which is a very dog thing to do. Take a big poop, throw up. Yeah, she's all right. We went to like a neighborhood little party last night, and she was playing with all her friends there. And I don't know if she overdid it or not. I think she probably did. You scream at furniture, she screams at you. She's not screaming at me. It's when something passes by outside that she's interested in. So it'd be like neighborhood dogs and stuff passing by outside. We're kind of close to, it's like, I talk about the neighborhood a lot because it's like just a big circle with like 1,000 houses. No, it's not 1,000 houses. I think it's 1,000 people. But yeah, so people walk around the circle. And so they walk pretty much just in front of our house and they do that. And so she goes nuts, has to bark, has to make a big scene. And then there's some neighbors that actually, some kids that actually goad her on and get her to go crazy when they walk by. Working around magnets like this is kind of annoying. They're getting all over the place. The magnet dust is accumulating. All right, I need to open that up a little bit more. Yeah, when I come down to stream, it's basically me screaming at the furniture, and so she'll just quietly take her absence. She'll be like, "You don't need me here, I'm gone." But during the day when I'm quiet, when I'm not working on projects and not streaming, she will sleep under the desk where I work. Mouse clicking is okay, but anything louder and I get sort of rebuffed. Because no, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go. You don't need me here. Ew, no. Weirdo. All right, so I need to open this up a little bit more. Like, oh, did I catch it? Nope, it fell on the ground. Oh, well, we'll get it later. So I need to like make this a little flatter. Just like that, maybe? Ooh, I really dug into that there. It's hard to tell when you're filing something like this. It's hard to tell what you're actually doing to the material. But apparently this stuff is pretty easy to file down. It's like 1990 plastic. These things can't be that old. They kind of are, though. The technology is. Yeah, I need it to be just a little taller and a baller. Boy, the hole we drilled is almost completely gone now. How do I file that out? A little chunk. Little chunkus. Yeah, if I had this thing working at the beginning of stream, it would have been a great day for it. But I've got to build the thing in order to have it. And then when I have it, it won't be in the title of the stream, so I won't get all the raids. It's a catch-22. Okay, there we go. That sinks in now. Okay, so I don't know if I want it to be flush with that, but now there's way more room for the hole than there needs to be. But what I'll do is I'm going to take a piece of Captain tape and put it across that, and then the Captain tape will hold that in position so that I can get hot glue to surround it, and hopefully then everything doesn't leak all over the place and make a huge mess. Where is my big Captain tape? Where'd it go? There's a little Captain tape. That's this down here. Captone tape is a heat-resistant, no residue type of tape. It's used in aerospace and, in our case, in manufacturing and solder rework and all kinds of uses. And I've got all kinds of little reels of it sitting around. This is, wait, what is this stuff? It's like tint tape or something? It doesn't look orange. Typically this stuff is orange, and you can see it like on, if you see pictures of, there we go, the Mars rover, it's wrapping up the wiring harnesses. They have that as kind of a protector on it. Kind of crazy. So if I just get a big piece of this and put it across that slot, without all the dust and the dog hair, boy, corgis shed a lot, y'all. Corgis shed a lot. Willow is no exception because she's got longer hair than the typical corgi. And the direction that I want it to go is, I out that way. So that is, the tape is not very tight. It's not sticking very well because there's a lot of plastic dust. That's not great. That's not doing what I thought it would. This Captain tape is not good. My idea was terrible. Yeah, that was the wiring guide. That's the entire NASA wire harness, etc. guide on how to properly install wiring, and it's awesome. Such a good guide. Which pistol-shaped thing am I going for over here? Got all these yellow things to grab. So that's not holding it in very tight, so I'm just going to be careful with it, and this hot glue is going to be like ridiculously hot. So I don't want to burn myself, but I am going to have to poke it with my finger. Let's turn this thing back on. Let me get the drip out of here. It's too drippy. Boom. What's that meme noise? The blom meme noise with the Amogus. Well, Bother stopped talking English like 10 minutes ago. I can't understand a thing he's saying. He said Amogus and blom, and I don't even know, man. Too old for this shit. All right, so we're just going to build up. Well, we got to wait for that to heat up. I'm just going to shove a bunch of... This is supposed to be stainless steel. It's sticking to the magnet, but it's stainless steel. He's been watching TikToks. Get him out. Get him out of there. The captions bot is going to love you. There's all kinds of cool things that I could do with the caption bot. In my humble opinion. We're not going to have time to add LEDs to this, are we? I'll have to do that later. If the ESP is in a good spot. I don't know where the ESP is going to go inside of this case. Probably over here. And the LM1117 is going to have to go somewhere in between these two, because the switch will be right here. So the 1117 might have to go on the outside. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Stained steel. Yeah, it's cheap. You're not supposed to use caption bot to help replace your lost stash. What? It doesn't consent to that. Lost stash? Please. Please, with the heat. Beep, boop, beep, bob. I haven't plugged this in yet, by the way. I may do that tomorrow, I don't know. Oh, my porn stash. Yes. Moreover, I had just some good Arduino programs that I really could have utilized. Well, everything on the server was kind of old, so I guess it's fine that I lost it, but I still mourn the loss of files. I don't know if this will melt my desk if it goes to the... I don't know how harsh this hot glue really is. I've not worked with it a whole lot. How much I can get it to go into stuff. Yeah, like the applicator is a little bit generous. I'm used to a miniature glue gun, not this like 20 volt crazy battery powered thing. All right, let's give it a go. Wait, you guys don't have a good view. I have a Monkey Wrench song stuck in my head. All right, hold on. I gotta put it back down onto the Captain tape so glue doesn't cover the socket. Let that solidify a little bit so it's just kind of initially held in place. It's not straight. No! Okay, that'll kind of get it right there. I'm going to let that fully cool off so it's actually just holding on to it for me, because this is so ridiculously warm that this is still malleable. It's still like posable. I think it's melting into the plastic of the actual thing. That's like a glue gun for those who are professional glue gunners. Yeah, it's a little bit much for me, huh? It's a little bit much. It's got like grips and stuff. It's kind of crazy. This would be for like if I needed to use a glue gun to put together packaging or something like that. I don't need this much glue gun. I need a dinky little hobby one. Because it's like the glue is so hot in this thing, I think it's fusing with the plastic. There. Well, let's see what that does. If that does it. I think it'll hold it pretty nicely. What it didn't do is wick down into the sides of the connector, but if the top pieces hold it well enough, if it's tacky enough, I'm going to squirt a little bit right in there. A little squirt. Everything's black, so the cameras hate it. Not enough light. Not enough light. All right, so I got to let that cool off. It's going to take a little while. You can see it's like glowing on the thermals. But then I should be able to take the Captain tape off of the other side and plug in a power plug. Of course, we could have put that anywhere. I didn't have to use the original power inlet. I guess I did, so that's where we are. Deal with it. All right, and then this, I'm gonna slam it with some, well, I need to be able to get the wire wrap tool in there, so I guess I won't slam it yet, because that'll be kind of a challenge to get in, unless I spin this thing around. Well, no, because this is the inlet, that's the outlet. I could do that, and my inlets are short. Of course, I need to run a second set of wires into this for the LM1117. So let's see. Everybody out of the way. There's all kinds of garbage. We've done a lot today, sort of. Is that? It's still tacky. It's like staying tacky for a very long time. I guess it's supposed to dry and not. It'll be plasticky like this. Good retention. What are you talking about? Terrible retention. Nobody wants to watch me. No, I've got 109 viewers. That's totally fine. Where are you getting 300 from? Maybe your Twitch isn't updating properly. No, everybody leaves after the raid because they wanted to watch Uwo. Oh, whoa, Uwo. Not me. I'm a different animal. My streams hit a little bit different. Okay, that is cooling off. I'm thinking about where I want to put this. I mean, I could keep these really short if I just go straight into it like that. But then bending the wire around that bend is going to be kind of annoying. If I do it this way, then I can go out and around with this like this. And everything kind of packs in a little bit more. But then I'd have to wire wrap to these posts all the way over here. If I do this, that'll be easier to wrap, and I can do this right in situ. And then these wires go up into this side, and these wires go into this side. Maybe I'll just do it like that. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, so let's, looks like two of them slipped out. One of them, rather, slipped out. But I'll just take these, move them out of the way, so I can get to them later. I don't know if I'm going to be able to display a fully working thing by the end of today, because it's taken a lot longer, and we had some pretty disruptive raids. Not to like discourage that sort of behavior, because Lord knows my channel could use it. It's awesome to have you guys here. I'm just going to put a big dollop of hot glue just right here. Oh my God, it's like steaming. A big steaming pile of hot glue. And leave enough room for the wires to get through. So let me just put that there. And now I've got to wait for like an hour while this thing cools off. I stand corrected. My points aren't being offered either. Your points aren't. What? I hate this app. Hate this app. Yeah. What I like about Twitch, and the reason that I kind of love Twitch, the reason I keep coming back to it is it's like public access television. You can run into some of the most charming and delightful things that people are just doing for fun. And I liked that you were paying the people who are doing the thing and not watching commercials. And of course, they completely eroded that last point. The last thing, one of the big things that sort of attracted me to Twitch is just gone. Nobody can resist the allure of the ad man. I'm just waiting for this thing to cool off. This hot glue is a little bit much. I'm going to turn off the hot glue gun. The temperature on this thing is way too high. I don't know what they're doing over there. They're just throwing the 20 volts from the battery directly into the heater. Yeah, the battery says it's down 1 bar of the 3 that it offers. Can only... There. Down 1 bar. Wait, why did the other one go out first? That's weird. Okay, anyway. The wire wants to push this thing in one direction, but I want it to exist in the other, so I'm sitting here waiting until this fully cools down. Gotta love when I join and I get hit with over a minute of ads before I even know what the streamer is like. I hate that so much, because I tend, like during the evenings, I tend to bounce from channel to channel. And I'll sort of like say something in one channel, jump to another one, jump to another one. And then the app has an error and it won't stream video. So you hit refresh and then you got to watch a minute of ads again. Just so much of it. And you're like, I don't even know who this is. I want to check them out for just a second. And you got to wait for the ads to stop. Yeah, it's a mess. It's the kind of mess that can only be rectified if a big company takes on a new novel little concept that can then, resist being exploited for as long as possible until it gets infected by the admin. Or Tubbro, as in Twitch Turbo. Does that disable ads for now? they're gonna make like a 2-tier Turbo. It does. Maybe I should just get Turbo. I have the Twitch Prime, and I need to figure out who I want to use that on. Wait, which one's... Oh, yeah, Positive's the unbroken, and that goes over there. This is going to be tough to wire up. Okay, let me get the screwdriver on this. Like, the wire wrap wire routing is going to be easy, because those are tiny little wires, but this whole power inlet part is going to be a little bit more difficult. Too bad they don't have, like, a header over here that I could take advantage of. The streamer still gets the ad revenue? Do you, like, how do you assign that? Do you use your Turbo on somebody? Or you sign up but make it a Turbo? I don't know. Where are my tweezers? Where'd the tweezers go? Tweezers? 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 Where'd my tweezers go? I'm useless without them. Oh my god, I've been watching AI slop subreddits. There's like a Facebook AI slop subreddit. Oh my god. There's just some weird stuff in those places. Oh, it's great. It's so stupid. The videos are so bad. It's like Socrates versus like a transparent skeleton. Twitch just pretends you still get ads. Like YouTube Red. And what? You want to listen to my AI slot music? No, I don't want to spend time on something that you did not spend time on. Only if the AI stuff is curated by an entire subreddit will I spend the time to laugh at it, at how stupid it is. Hold on, there's a lot of like detritus on the desk right now. A lot of detritus, and I'd like to let this glue harden a little bit. I can already tell this is a little crooked. Music.fat.wtf, that's the URL for it, huh? Okay, get all this dross out of the way. I don't think the LM1117 is going to be drawing enough current for me to need anything thicker than wire wrap wire. So the wire wrap wire is probably going to have to feed into this part of the, or this, the inlet part of the connector as well. But for that, I need to dig out these 2 wires, which would be an awesome task for my tweezers. I can't find, I don't know what happened to them. Oh, they're there. Found them. I found them. I started putting stuff away, and I almost immediately found them. That's why things go in particular. By the way, I don't know how Uo's Lab has prevented doxing his face. I know what he looks like. You guys don't. But, like, it's so easy to accidentally have a reflection. I just didn't want to deal with that at all. So I decided that, hey, I'm putting my face on camera. That's just what's going to happen when we work on projects. I use Gemini to write the lyrics and style, and Suno to make the actual music. All right. I've been sent way too many AI musics over the past couple weeks. I don't know what happened, if there was like a tutorial that was published or something, and everybody just decided to send, oh bother, their AI music. I don't want to listen to your AI music. I'm sorry. Okay, this is cutting the negative, right? So okay, I need to, the helpful positive goes on the outside from, yeah, that's the out, this is the in. So this goes over here, and plus goes on this side. So I'm going to give it a little bit of extra wire to play with, and run it on kind of an inefficient route like that, and that'll be the length. Specific ones for your channel were pretty good. They were AI music. That's what they sounded like, man. Sounded like AI music. It all sounds a little samey. You just got to make sure not to piss someone off to motivate them to look for you. I didn't tell chat my birth year, and that was enough of a slight for them to figure it out exactly based on the references to pop culture that I made. So, I don't know, man. Your mileage may vary with doxing, but I'm not all that dox-proof. I am not on Google Maps, which probably also narrows it down. And I own guns, so don't try to come visit me. Just don't do it. The other day I saw a YouTube video of somebody creating a beat in the style of an AI-generated beat. Full circle. Ah, jeez. You threaten my dog. You come to my house. You rearrange my silverware. All right, let's get this thing in here. That may be a little too much wire that I left on this thing. These are going to be pretty fragile for bending a lot, but they are now in a semi-permanent location, so I will have to rearrange them one more time so I can get 12 volts to the LM1117. And there will not be a power switch on this. This is just going to be powered all the time. All of us, all the time. Ugh, that didn't take. Why? These screw terminals are very annoying. And the real thing to do with this is to put what's called a ferrule on the end. Just turn Willow loose on them. Yeah. She can get pretty ferocious, but she's really not a guard dog. She's a warning. She's a herding dog, and so she will warn any oncomer of any oncomer. She is enough of an alarm, though. You can definitely hear that dog from far away. Oh, see, that one was barely in there, too. Damn it. Yeah, these are very flexible silicon-jacketed wires, and they're not great for screw terminals until you put a ferrule on them, and then they're, like, perfect for it. But I don't want to... I mean, it's not wasting, but I just don't want to use the ferrules on this. What happened there? Like, the whole thing tilted. Weird. Okay, so there's that side. This side, these are extremely stiff wires, so these are going to be kind of annoying too. Same with my beagles. Yeah, she'll become friends with whoever comes here, especially if they are tall and bearded. She will then fall in love. Wait a minute. No, I didn't do that wrong. The plus goes in this side. Yeah. Okay. Once again, where are my tweezers? There they are. Will Ferrell's. What is he doing these days? I guess just living it up. Living it up on his fortunes. He kind of dropped off. Not like I was ever on. I'm in no place to criticize. Far be it from me. Okay, those need to be redirected a little bit. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah, I've got the whole ferrule crimping system. It's how I did the brewing system. It was all panels and wire trays and all the good stuff, all that control systems-y stuff that I really should have studied in college, but control systems was just a way to put harder math in front of students. I had to do some pretty brutal math for my major in college. I would like that to bend, but this wire is kind of a pain in the ass. I had to learn all of the Sparky stuff on my own. Speaking to Sparkies and speaking to reading documents and all kinds of stuff like that. I had to learn all the tricks of the trade. Okay, so we've got 12 volts in going to the switch. Our Arduino does not have power at the moment. We will run we will run wire wrap wires to these two terminals to get 12 volts from here. We don't need all the current, so we don't need the big wire to run out of that area. Just try to kind of tuck that in and make it neat. Make it neat! And then it doesn't matter if our Wi-Fi antenna is facing in or out. It really doesn't. I mean, tradition would dictate that you would have it facing outwards, but this whole body is plastic, and everything is plastic on this thing, so tape would probably be the better call on this, especially because I want there to be a little bit of a standoff. So I'm actually going to use VKB tape to hold down the Arduino instead of this shit. This stuff sucks. Just take a little section of this stuff. Less is more with this tape. Of course, that's going to melt when I solder the pins, but I'll be okay with that. So just like that, that's going to stick this on to the point where I think I'm going to break the PCB when I take it out. Probably should have cut a little bit off of the side, but it's okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. Will's been actually oddly quiet. I wonder if the roommates have taken her for a walk. That or she fell asleep. I think my dog barks when she just almost falls asleep. I think she'll be sitting at the front door and like nod off. And then like when you nod off, you think you're like falling down a flight of stairs suddenly. I think that's what she does. So, wah! Don't do that. Do we want this here or further out? Well, we were all on one side for the connections. Actually, the pinout is under this and I can't see it. So we had ground on one side, VCC on the other, so that doesn't matter. We'll do it like this. Which side is VCC on? VCC is this way. So I want to give it plenty of room. I guess I'll put it in, well, if I put it in by the light bulb, I can put the power john over here. And then VCC would be on the inside. So actually the power john Well, I want the power john to have plenty of room. If I put it all the way in like that, I can kind of get the wire wrap tool over there. Yeah, I should have this in the background like this. There we go. But then all the action's happening way down here. So I'm deciding where to stick-em-a thing my stick-em-a thing. Putting this all into one PCB probably would have been a better idea. I want to give it plenty of room on both sides. So I guess I just dropped it. So there, that's where it sits. That's where it lives forever now. So out is the middle pin. In is this pin. So if I do it like this, with the little leaves facing inward a bit, or if I do it over there, no, I can't really get over there. So like somewhere around here is fine, because then I'll have the wires come from here and here, and then it'll sort of loop around the side. It'll come around here and then go over to where it needs to go over there. I guess that works. I'll have to work around it. It's going to be hard to solder in there. Probably should have soldered it ahead of time, but who has foresight? Certainly not me. Oh, this needs to heat up again. Doink. So I used the double-sided foam tape because now these pins are floating above the plastic, so I can sneak my soldering iron in there and solder wires to the individual pins, and they're not sitting against the plastic, which will melt. All I need to do is just be really careful about where I'm putting the iron. We got a little bit of time. I'm going to get to some of the soldering and wire wrapping, I guess. We'll get some wires out here, and I'll start screwing around with that. Maybe we can plug it in and test it. I have a button to test it because I don't expect to have anybody ready to just raid my channel out of nowhere. Although if I'd started this stream with the thing that I'm building, it would have been wildly successful. This is the phenomenon. The phenomenon with streaming projects is that you don't get that victory lap. And sometimes I need to just, oh, that's the one that doesn't have code on it. Put the wrong one in. This is the one that I was supposed to, okay, well, you guys get to see how strong VKB tape is. VHP tape, not VKB. VKB makes the pedals for my streaming setup. Ow! Jeez! So that was just after putting it on just briefly. That's the stiction power of the VHB tape. It's a good big dent in my thumb. Yeah, I don't get like the victory lap that would really be kind of nice to have with projects like this, where you want to kind of show off the project for like an entire stream. Burn the Subs will get that, and that's just because I'll make that happen. But like, yeah, that's just the reality of streaming. You finish a project and you almost immediately move on to something else. All right, this one has the one that we put code into. Why did my phone just buzz? Probably the dog coming back in from a walk. I'm going to start hearing barking in a minute. Sometimes, like, the neighborhood kind of congregates where my house is, and everybody's outside with their dogs wandering around. The lady who moved out next door still lives nearby, and so she still visits with her corgi. So we still see the boy corgi from the same breeder as Willow. They're both what are called fluffy corgis, which means that they've got like a long mane of hair. And Willow's the cutest dog on the planet. I will not be taking any commentary or challenges. Yeah, I love that puppy. That puppy got me to go outside more. I actually like get outside and walk and do all kind of shit like that. Remember, all you have to do is type Willow into chat in order to see a picture of Willow. I'll do it now. Bada bing. That was a good picture of her. It is very strict. It is very strict. Willow, 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 Willow. That's all. That's all we take. There are no variations. There is actually a misspelled end, just in case when OctoJ and I used to kind of fight over that command. We used to fight over putting the end command in chat, and if he was rushing it, he would sometimes rearrange the letters. And so I made a command that made kind of like a messed up, rearranged end command, just to be petulant. All right, so which direction is V in? V in is here. So I really want this to face like that. And then I get more open air. I mean, the further in I put it, the better, but actually it would be better if I put it like up on this thing. There's like a little post that I could put it up on top of. Or if I attached it somehow to this. That would have been even better, actually, because that would really dissipate the heat. Can I still pull that off? I don't think this material is going to take solder. We can test. Oh god, the hot glue gun is like freaking frying. Can't leave that thing on. Okay, let's see here. Let us test to see if I can actually put the 1117 on this. The other one doesn't have any metal, like gantry on it, so I don't think I can. I could use the motor thing, but I don't think that's good. Yeah, solder doesn't stick to this material. What if I put a little tacky flux down? There are some fluxes that can do different material soldering, like stainless. You have to use a special flux on it, which is like an acidic flux. No dice. No dice. Too bad. Would have been cool to dump some of the heat into this. Flux around and find out. I guess we have. That sign's still up. It's still on the desk. It's just a little bit obfuscated, and I put one of my emotes over the swear word just because people are stupid and they're weird about swearing. Puritanical nonsense. This thing, I guess, hot glue to here. So I'm just gonna splotch. Well, the problem is the hot glue, well, I have to. And try to keep it elevated a little bit. Wait, why is it like, it's like hard already? Keep it a little bit elevated so that the LED can actually shine out of the blob. It's kind of perfect, actually. If it won't pull downwards like it is. Try to sand it. Sometimes the cheap metal can be coated. Okay, let me try that in just a sec. We can always run long wires to the voltage regulator. If it's going to be cooling off with this giant bracket, that'll be like perfect for a long-term installation. I've got file. I could give it a little file. Oh, now there's all this flux there. Try it up here. All right, that's all scratched up. Let's try that. We can pull flux from below. It might have worked. Yeah, okay, wait a minute. So we can actually use the, let's get this off of here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jeez. Well, this stuff's weird. It's real stretchy. Yeah, jeez. Weird stuff, man. All right, let's get that out of here. Yeah, I guess it comes off eventually with a big tug. So I guess what I can do is just strap it on there. I don't want that to short it out, though. That moves all around. I was going to have it hang over the side here, but that's a little close to that bolt. You could put it like here. Of course, I've already scratched the thing, so... And this LED is going to be on when this thing is on. The LED is like all the way up there. Yeah, okay, so... I mean, I guess I could just... That's a little tight in that area, though. Just put a big dollop right there. Or under solder it? No. Solder it from below. Put it up like this. Maybe that'll be the method. All right, let's try it. Oh, that's going to burn my hand. It's going to get real hot. There you go. Make it real hot. First you get the butter, then you make it hot. Granny's hot butter ice cream. Sorry, camera work. Gotta go back to being camera. Camera. Okay, tighten that up, bring that down, lock in, focus. What did I burn? Why I smell weird plastic burn. There's all kinds of plastic between me and the thing that I'm soldering, so there's no telling. I probably melted some of this stuff over here. I'm just going to do this in a weird way. So let me add a ton of solder to this bracket here. I probably should do it over here, to be honest. But it's kind of hard to get my hands in there. I should have it just right here. But let's do it over here. Actually, over here would be more logical because that's where power comes in. But whatever, I'm going to stand it up and do it right. I'm going to do a new scratchy location. Now that we know, I'm going to scratch this part right here and get a big dollop to attach, and then I'm going to have it standing up in this location so I can wire wrap it and then run wires down and around. So the file is... What did I do with it? There it is. I'm going to attach it vertically, but not touching the back. So it'll be just right here. Just want to scratch that coating off a little bit. And then these cheap metals, like Why Not said, these cheap metals the solder will get into the scratches that you've made and sort of really hold on to cheap metal. This is how I got away with soldering battery tabs in the past. I need a little bit more flux on it, just to keep it hot. The iron has something akin to momentum when it comes to soldering things, but I think I need the big tip on this because it's wicking away my heat much faster. That song is now stuck in my head. It's from Hypnospace Traveler, which is an amazing game if you were around the internet, the early days of the internet, the AOL days of the internet. Or if you like Hot Dad, the YouTube music person. Jeez, I'll start melting the plastic if I'm not careful. So what I want to do, where did the battery thing go? There it is, LM1117. I want to solder that to the blob that I just made. And then hopefully that'll stick up and it'll be strong enough to hold it in place. It really won't have to do much. I mean, there's a little bit of vibration from the motor, but... Oh, damn it. How far away is the tab from the edge? Pretty far, actually. I'm going to put a big blob of solder on the tab. Okay, I need a little piece of wire wrap in there. Or not wire wrap, desolder braid. I need just a little tiny piece of it. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to bend up the end. I'm going to keep it nice and long, and I'll cut it to size. Take a flat piece of pliers. I still have an AOL email account. It's probably 40 years old. I had to like physically restrain my parents to get them to stop using AOL. Actually, at first I'll solder it onto the end of this, because I want it to be the height of this thing. So that's going to hurt my hands. I'm going to burn myself. This is probably not going to be good camera work. I used to have larger desolder braid, and I wish I still had some pieces of it for stuff like this. This is not... What am I doing? I'm like messing it up all over the place. I'm better than this. Come on. Where's my vise? There it is. First you get the butter, then you make it hot. Move your parents off AOL. Hopefully I was onto something more modern like Yahoo or Hotmail. I got them on Gmail. At least my mother. I don't think my dad just uses his office email. I can't sit still long enough to get this to be clean. I don't know what's wrong with me. Probably just because I've been doing this for a long time today. There we go. That's nice and clean. Let that cool off a little bit. See the heat propagating into the top board? My first throwaway email was weed mail. What is that? You guys are talking to an ancient human being. I've been around on the internet for a long time. Very long time. Yeah, spin that. See, now I've got this little tab sticking out of this. That I can solder to the blob. And then I'll have this weird sort of stand-up wire wrap power supply thing. But I'll have to run long wires out to it. That's just what's going to happen anyway. I mean, I could have put it over here, but it would have been in the way with everything. So this is a fine spot for it. Just so long as it doesn't rattle and hit the thing behind it. Which I don't think it will. Okay, soldering iron. All right, let me take a look at that. And there's the bell. Okay. So that still moves around a little bit. It'll probably benefit from something holding it still, but I don't know if I'll be able to do anything there. I mean, that's pretty good. It's still, ooh, it still flexes a lot. I wanted it to flex a little less than that. I should probably find something that I can hit it with that's a little stronger. Although maybe if I flow over the solder again, it'll be a little bit stronger. Let me just try this again. I'm working in the shadows here. First you get the butter, then you make it hot. Granny creams, hot butter, ice cream. There we go. See, now it's not, now it doesn't move at all. Just had to reflow it a little bit. So now it's all tighter in there, so everything's kind of locked in. Perfect, as long as it doesn't hit the outside. Where did I put the outside? That one's over here. Yeah, that doesn't hit anything. It doesn't even get close. Not even close. It's perfect. My first throwaway email was weed mail, and then we got my in-laws. Still have an Earthlink email. I remember Earthlink. I used to have a free DSL shirt. Of course, now DSL means something else, but back then, it was a faster way of having internet. Free DSL was going to get everybody free DSL through surgery. No, free DSL through advertisements. Absolutely nothing. Say it again now. What is it good for? Yeah, DSL was a way to get faster internet, and they were going to give it for free by serving you advertisements, and then the whole thing fell through. But at some point, I got a T-shirt. I used to always wear that T-shirt. Every now and then, you'd run into somebody that was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that. What happened to that?" And you're like, "I don't know." My brother in Christ, there's still people in this country who have DSL, like my parents. Hey, you should hook me up with your parents' number. We saw you from across the bar. We saw that you had a DSL shirt on. Oh, okay, sorry. That joke has too many legs with me. Too much leg, it thing. I don't know. Okay, yeah, so wire wrapping would be the next step. Let's see if we can get this thing somewhat wired. I'm gonna need a couple colors of wire wrap wire, and I've got all this stuff all the way over here. This is where I keep the wire wrapping wires. Of course, I put too much stuff under this, so I can't just easily slide it out. I have DSL. 15 down, 0.75 up. Yeah, why? Oof. Our area recently got upgraded in its Verizon to have like 1M up and down, which I periodically sort of test it because I think they slow you down. I think they intentionally slow you down sometimes. Oh God, we're going to need 2 wires to go. We got to go from ground to ground. We got to go from positive to positive. We got to go ground to ground to ground. So that's going to be 2 wires that'll solder to this. Unless I wire wrap 2 wires around that and then I just serve them up individually. I think that's what I'll do because the wire wrapping is going to be the easier part. Yeah, just find anything that can carry a data line. Like strap a thumb drive to a carrier pigeon if you can. Just to get something better than DSL. All right, I'm going to need a couple positives. I'm just going to take a big cut of that because these like my nieces and nephews will be inheriting these wires. There's just no way that I'm getting through this reel in my lifetime. But this is good wire to use when you've got like digital signals and small stuff that needs to go from point to point to point. I think that's all we need. We just need a trigger signal and then we need power. And that's it. I'm 1 gig down and 75 up, but those 1 megabyte down areas are also present in Germany, mostly outside of cities. Yeah, apparently we've spent, as Americans, we spent billions of our tax dollars on upgrading the backbone of the internet only to not have it actually serve to the endpoint for some reason. But I think the telecom companies are only just starting to catch up with that. So we got forcefully upgraded to one down, 1 gig down, 1 gig up, something. Where are we? That was a reply to somebody. Wire wrapping seems to be an ancient art. It's not, but I mean, it is. It's been around for a long time. I have a wire wrapping tool, circa Radio Shack. I actually bought this on Amazon, and they sent it to me in Radio Shack packaging, which I'm pretty happy about. This is just your standard wire wrapping tool. It is an old method of putting things together, but it's still perfectly valid because I want to have wires that wrap around these posts semi-permanently. I want to be able to take it apart, and I don't have to solder to do it. When you wire wrap with wire wrap wires, it actually does the appropriate strain relief on all the wires, which makes it a really good technique. What is wire wrap? Well, when you have a mommy wire wrap and a daddy wire wrap, now what you have is an out of focus presenter and an out of focus subject. There we go. You have this post and it's on your basic kind of screwdriver tool that's meant to be spinny. It has a secret compartment in the back that has a stripping tool, which is not the fun kind of stripping, but the stripping tool will let you get rid of the jacket on your solid core wire. And yeah, maybe we'll use it. I'll put that aside. There's also alternative stripping. Well, there's stripping for everything, you know? There's an alternative stripping tool which does a really good job. You can measure the amount that you want and actually has little like pincers on it. That's really good for the wire wrapping wire. But this is basically a post, and it's a post with a hole in it. And the hole has a specific like ramp leading to it. And it opens up to this little flat spot here where it's then got a wire guide. And so you put your wire into this tool up to the end of the jacket, and you put the stripped portion of the wire into this trough, and you just spin them a thing around. And what that does is that then tightly wraps the jacketed wire once, and then the unjacketed wire several times, tightly to the post. And the tightly to the post part is important, because what that does is on the corner of the post, the square post that you're wrapping to, the round wire will wrap up against that square corner, non-chamfered, it's a tight corner, and it will compress it. And when two metals compress each other, they can form a cold weld, and that's extremely highly conductive. So it makes a very good contact with your post. Bro, I saw your post. So what I do, strip the wire. I'm probably going to want the other tool eventually. I don't know where I put that. Like that, with a lot of wire on the end. Probably could do with a little bit more, but this will be adequate. So stick this thing into the flat spot, get it into the trough. There we go. All the way up to the end of the jacket. Then I figure out which wire is which. Ground is all the way on the right here. And so with this thing all locked and loaded, I take the post that I want to wrap, and I make sure that it's not illuminated in any way at all whatsoever. In focus, but not illuminated. And put that thing in like this until I get in the hole. Why isn't it going in the hole? There we go. And we just do. And that's a little bit more sloppy than I would like it to be. Like scooch that up a little. But so you can see the wire is partially wrapped around the... Ugh, everything's out of focus. You have no focal distance. So the wire is partially wrapped. It could go all the way down there, but then we've got a nice tight spool sitting above it. Spool! You guys ever watch Spoolio? The old Funhouse gang. The only person from that era that I've really connected with is Ravaz. So let's see, we got to have a ground wire going back to this. We could do a double solder point. That's this pin here, actually, down here. That's where ground is. So I can actually pretty much get to that, so I might as well use that. Funny that we were talking about eating expired foods earlier, because I just found a green piece of chicken in the package of thighs we bought on Saturday. Why is it that food is stored for like years, and then as soon as it hits our plate, it expires? All right, I need one more wire. I need a power wire, a 3-volt power wire. I need a 12 and a 3, so we're going to use yellow for 12. The yellow jacket is a different material. I don't know what it is. It's very annoying to work with. Dog, I thought our fridge smelled because of cabbage and kimchi. Oh, that reminds me, in 2 days, my pa kimchi is going to be ready. And I have no idea what's brewing back there in the fridge. Back there in the fridge, something's brewing, and it's supposed to be pa kimchi, but I'm a little worried about it because I've never made pa kimchi before. It's a lot of spring onions. I actually didn't do as many spring onions as I wanted, but I don't know what I'm brewing. Could be any form of botulism. So V out is the middle one. Ground is all the way on the sides. So V out's the middle one. This is going to be V in, actually. Yellow wire for 12 volts. Keeping the wiring convention keeps future me from tearing out their own hair when they're working on these projects again. or breaking them down or doing anything really. That one I let the wires slip in a little bit more, so this one actually might be pretty good. No, once more, not as much strain relief as I really wanted on this, but I guess I can just force the issue. I think it's the wire wrap tool that's doing this. That or something in my technique isn't quite right. See, I really want to have like a nice strain relief on the end there. So that's a lot of wire for the wrap. I mean, that's going to make good contact, but it's still a little wasteful because you can put multiple wires on a post when you're wire wrapping. And I was thinking about whether or not to do that. I might actually do that. I might run ground twice. So if this one goes to the micro, then that should be about this length. Or actually, it should run out and down. We'll run around the front, actually. Doesn't matter if we've got a lot of wire here. So we run out and around to here. And then the other ground is just going to be a reference over here. And I guess I'll run that as its own wire as well. So I'll attach another wire here, and then we'll run out and around that front. I keep saying out and around. I don't know what that means anymore. Do you sell official Oh Bother Botox? No, but if you give me enough channel points, I will fill a squirter bottle with sulfuric acid and spray myself in the mouth. But you have a fart box. What if you had a fart box that released a rabid dog into your shop? Bother, when do we get a channel point activated winch that'll peel your face off in front of us? Ah, my hands are cramping. I think my glucose level's crashing. Which actually it should be high glucose levels that cause lactic buildup, right? Maybe low ones. Maybe just the act of the glucose level changing is what's causing it. Oh boy, that didn't feel right. Good enough. Good enough wrap. It'll probably come off pretty easily, but that can be our ground wire that goes all the way out to our buddy, which is just getting a reference ground for its activation signal. So there's that, and that's power in and out. Oh no, we don't have power in. We have power in, I need power out. Jeez, I'm getting there, I'm getting there. If your glucose is crashing, why you let it drive? Funny humor. Before I get put on diabetes meds, my arm would feel like they were made of wood after minimal activity. There's a big lactic acid buildup. It's one of the mechanisms that happens to your muscles when you're diabetic. It was the reason that at swim practice, I would be able to sit on the bench anytime I wanted to. I said, hey, I'm getting cramp. And they would just let me be a lazy asshole. Kind of not good because I didn't really build a lot of character in swim practice, but still, yeah, and it causes your feet to want to curl up like claws, or in my case, my hands to want to like super open or super clamp down on stuff. Why is this not working? It's very annoying. It's very annoying to lose your faculties to cramping, because like it's like a threat. If you flex your muscle in a particular way, it's gonna try to close up like a claw. Like the famous Mr. Claw, Mr. Kennedy Claw. There we go. Mr. Claw, Mr. Right Hand Claw. Wrapped. Let's see how terrible that one was. We had to learn wire wrapping in college. Probably just because they couldn't afford to have a bunch of college students soldering shit. It'd be too expensive. I mean, I guess that's wrapped. It looks okay. One of my team members on my capstone project had to go write our paper, and so I had to take their whole wire wrap circuit, which was like a voice recorder that used RAM, and I had to build that up for them. And I got it right on the first try. Worked on the first try. Yeah, this is solderless, but it's a little fiddly. You don't get strain relief necessarily if you do it wrong. 12 volt for the original thing, yes. The original thing just plugs into the cigarette lighter, and then you have a little switch, you can turn it on and off. But the tech in this thing is 12 volt era. We're adding a 3 volt, 3.3 volt microcontroller to it. All right, so V out goes to VCC, which is this one all the way out here. So this stops here. Then ground goes here. Ooh, that one's actually, did I already cut that one to length? I must have. So that goes out and around like that. This ground goes to here. So we'll give that a little leeway. And then strip it. And ship it. Plug, chug, crank. Okay, and then this goes on here. I haven't done wire wrapping in a little while. It's nice to do this. It's when you're dealing with like modules like this, it really kind of makes some sense to use wire wrap. How'd that do? I never know how it does. You need to like check in on it and be like, hey, how'd you do? How you doing? Did you wrap well? No. No, it didn't. Good enough, though. I guess I'm willing to accept that. It kind of fell in on itself. I was at a weird angle. I guess we'll accept that, though. Hard to see. It's hard to see on the screen. But yeah, it kind of fell over itself a little bit. But I think it's okay. And the second wire for that one is going to be the, wait, what is this? This is ground to, that's not going to make it. Oh no, that's ground to the micro, that's right. And then we need, I guess, another ground on this to go to there. And then that'll take, oh no, but that ground is actually already connected to this ground. This is taking ground all the way to the voltage regulator. Clever, clever. Oh, we're super clever today. How about that? So this one is just going to get cut and shanked. In doubt, touch tip with a leaded solder. No, we can't touch tips. That makes it too good. There it is. I mean, I could solder it right here, but that would be kind of torturous. Soldering two wires onto one post is not fun, because then everything needs to be controlled all the time. Plutonium tastes like orange. Subbed with Prime. Hey, thank you for those primes. If you guys have Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, and you're watching Invincible and making ridiculous memes about it, you can also throw a sub to your favorite streamer. And if it's me, I would have your head fucking evaluated, but still, you can actually sub to my channel with the Twitch Prime through Amazon if you want. Used to, when I had more viewers, you would say that, and that would just prompt like 4 people to sub with Prime, because it doesn't remind you. Get head evaluated. Yeah, let's go ahead and get your head evaluated. Therapy is not for losers, folks. Okay. I don't know if this is crimping to 2 wires is also cursed. Oh, that took it. It took it. Perfect. Wah! Voice of Grog. I can't, my voice is not deep enough to do the voice of Grog. Voice of Grog. I appreciate you subbing with a Prime. There you go. You see, you're like, am I an influencer? And you go, hey, have you guys heard about Twitch Prime? And you get a bunch of Prime subs. And you're like, maybe I am an influencer. That's weird. I have influenced. Consider this your final warning. I'll influence you again. Not influencing. We're not doing that. I hope that stays in. It doesn't feel like it's in at all. All right, so now we got to solder 2 wires. Actually, I need 1 more wire wrap. Does plutonium taste like orange? Hasn't somebody tasted plutonium? I think somebody has, like a researcher. Let's do the power lines first. So I'm just gonna, using my fingernails, I'm just gonna expose a little bit of the end of these. And we're gonna very carefully, with the tweezers, solder them to the 2 ends of the ESP. You'll notice that I'm using no filters or capacitors or anything. I don't feel that they're worth it on something like this. This dinky little project that uses a $1 microcontroller. Plus the voltage regulator is the kind that you can use with breadboard, and it has those little filter caps on it already. This iron tip is not going to cut it. This is not what I need to be using. Let's switch to a needle tip. A needle tip! A little tiny needle tip. So, yeah, no TVS diode, no MOVs, no X and Y caps. Of course, we're not dealing with most of that stuff is to deal with AC. So this will get us in there carefully so we don't melt any plastic on our way. Yeah, I guess I'll stream a little later because we had those raids. So I've been over 100 people in chat. Okay, so instead of putting away the tweezers, I put the soldering iron tip where I typically put the tweez. This is a streamer moment. I told you guys, it's like streaming is like withstanding. Jeez, words. I'll tell you something about words. Streaming is like incurring a traumatic brain injury. So in spite of the functionality gap, I still think I can use my brain like I used to. But I can't. Okay, the glue gun can go somewhere else. Jeez, I'm inundated with stuff. We've done every discipline of building stuff today. Like every single tool that's in the toolbox I have used. And so everything is naturally super scattered about. I guess I can't really show you guys the soldering on the other side of the board. And I think the pin that we're trying to get to is on the other side of the board. But these little Amogas are little board edge solder points. So they actually do wrap all the way down like that. And then this one is the one that's, okay, hold on. The one I love. Fire. Where did the ESP that I was using as an example go? Hello. Okay. Where? I had an ESP that oh, here it is. It's under my pliers. So looking at this thing, VCC is the one that I've just applied a little bit of solder to. VCC. 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 You know, why does bother double and triple check these things? And so I don't blow everything up. I don't want to blow everything up, you know? I don't want to blow it up. That's not my job anymore. Ah, finger cramp, the worst. Iron. I'm not holding the iron. Oh no, I messed everything up. Okay, I'm good. Nope, I just touched the iron to the plastic. Got to be careful about that. You have to be really deliberate with your arm movements. Actually, worse yet would be if this shorts out to the metal casing. I think I just made it short out to the metal casing. What I hate is that if I pinch these wire wrap wires up here, it'll displace all of the insulation on it, and then it gets all sloppy. All right, and then the other wire's here. Cut that one tiny. I'll bring you guys to the other camera for this. It's metallic. Isn't it like bitter metal? I was reading a Reddit thread about that the other day. Might have been yesterday. Okay, let's tin that. Get here, come on back over here. A little brighter. It's a little brighter in this camera for some reason. Probably should open the aperture of the microscope. Yeah, we'll get the initial version of this soldered up today. And then I guess in my free time, I'll add LEDs to it so that it can just relay some status information back to me so I know if it's working or not. Okay, trial run, and then I'll add solder. The worst one is aluminum, because the Brits will come in here and tell me I need to say aluminium. They actually don't do that. It's usually the Scandinavians. Why do you say it like that? And it's because it was aluminum originally. And we're not adding consonants to things. So we don't say platinum. You don't say. Why didn't that solder? And I think I melted the wire a little bit. There's like plastic on the iron. All right, I gotta like crouch in here because I can't use the microscope to see this. I've got to use Mark I eyeballs, which are not great at their job. And then this, my whole hand is gonna block the camera. Bring you guys up and around. Maybe you can view it from like here, and I won't stab anybody with the soldering iron. And the problem is the camera's like, the brightness is all blown out of proportion because the center thing is dark. Oh my God, we're just gonna all have to suffer at the same time. You get down, 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 get down, 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 down. Get down, 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 down. Woo! Do, 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 do. Okay. Too much stuff happening in one spot. This packs in here. All right, so we got power, ground. Now we need signal. We get signal. Main screen turn on. Okay, these are like jumping up at me. I need to like encourage them sternly, firmly, but kindly. They need to get out of the way. All right, now pin 2 is which one? We're looking for IO2. Redundant array of inexpensive. People have come in here and tried to backronym RAID. Just, I guess it's because I capitalized it to just get a little more punch in the title. IO2, so that's on the inside, so it's 1 away from ground. So that's this one here. I could change the pin, but I mean, this is easy enough. It's that pin. And I've got blue wire. Oh my God, it's blue wire. Okay, so actually, is it purple? No. I do actually have purple wire. Oh, I hear Willow barking again. She must be in from outside and precocious as ever. I like this wire wrapping method though. This has worked out really nicely in this project. So that in like that. And this, could probably put it through those holes in the front, and then it would have its own strain relief. There we go. And then I'm going to just take a circuitous route just because I want to have extra wire on the end. That is a little bit weird, isn't it? Well, it's going to stay. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Woo! All right, so we don't need a lot of wire exposed on this, so I guess I could just, with the soldering iron, just poke it a little bit, and it'll kind of retract. The jacket will retract. No, I'm going to have to intervene. We're using every method today, so I'm going to use my front pinching pincers. See if those make a nice clean break in the wire. Hold on. Oh, no, this is going to be a disaster. No matter what I try. Yeah, that misshaped my S and a different S. Could you make a knot into the wire to allow the current to flow faster? You got some radical ideas. You see, I'm an ideas guy. I come up with the ideas and get other people to implement them. Stop shaking, stop shaking, stop, damn it. Why am I shaking? Okay, hold on, I gotta, if you shake like that, it's usually a positioning issue. It helps to reposition so that you're comfortable. You're not straining any of your muscles. Oh, jeez. Just sit down, there we go. Just taking control of the path of the wiring a little bit here. There. I did it with strain relief. I don't know if I really had to do that. I probably could have gone directly in. It just seemed like it would be too short for something like this. So we've got 12 volts into the inside. 12 volts comes around, goes to the leftmost post of this, which in fact is VIN, according to the back of this thing. It says VIN over here. Here. In, out, ground. So in is all the way on the left, out is in the middle. I just heard like a big thud noise from some of the equipment in the house. That was weird. I hope that was just the door closing and not like the water heater blowing up. Out goes on the red wire. You left your future self some wire for repair. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the power wires are going to stretch out as much. So in, out, ground. Out is red. Red goes into the 3.3 volt ESP. Ground goes to two locations. One of them is the ESP. The other one is this board, which shares a ground. Ground goes into that plane, which goes into VN minus. So ground is being routed to that pin. And so that pin here connects to this ground here. So our whole digital system is hooked up to our big effing switch. And our big effing switch is hooked up to pin 2 with the blue wire. So it's got the ground reference directly from the plug, and we've got VCC running back and along over to there. There's no, unfortunately, it would be nice if I got like a VCC pin all the way over here, but. And when it switches minus to our 12 volt spinema thing and light. Bada bing. All right, let's check down here. Check under the hood. That looks okay. Let's see if this even plugs in. We didn't test. We didn't check this. I could always solder. I should solder barrel plugs to these. It will expand. It turns red from heat. Faster and bigger. Oh, that's that from that newer friend schlop game. Why are you here? Get out of here. Yeah, I'll have to build the second one in my vast amount of free time that I have. Okay, that's pretty mechanically sound. It is a little bit, it's a little bit wonky, of course, because the hot glue took a calendar year to settle. Now that it's set, it's like immovable. It's incredible, actually. But yeah, anyway, so the pin is plus, the barrel part is minus. We're not doing anything with the switch. That would be if you had like an internal battery, it would run through that. And so that's plugged in. We just need to give it 12 volts. And the 12 volts that I have is coming from the power supply. Because I have a whole bin full of wall warts. I didn't bother to find one for the stream. I'll have to dig through that. If I find time tomorrow, I forget. I promised that I'd work on all kinds of stuff tomorrow, and I don't remember what it was. I think mostly trying to get chat into Node-RED so that I would be able to have chat, chat's already in Node-RED. It would be nice to get YouTube chat in. I've got some ideas of how I can do that. And then on top of that, I would like to get my spoken speech into Node-RED. If I can get my spoken speech into Node-RED, I could also trigger the Willow pictures coming up and stuff like that. I could have all kinds of like little stupid memes that I put up on screen whenever I mention those memes. I think that would be a lot of fun. But first I got to build the second light. I'm trying to clear the table a little bit so we can get back to burn the subs. The simulator stuff is really fun. I would like to do a bunch of music stuff, but mostly I have to get back to burn the subs. This channel is dying. It's not really actively dying. We've kind of plateaued. We've hit a plateau, and that's been clear for like 2 or 3 years. But enough's enough. I need to get on the front page of Twitch, and the way that I'm going to do that is by finishing Burn the Subs. I'm going to finish Burn the Subs, and we'll have a day where we can sit in a lawn chair and just let it do its thing. Now, if this thing is right, and I've put no protection into making sure, the stripe should probably be the barrel or the pin. I don't know which one. Oh, God. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Oh, Willow is steady barking at something right now. And whenever she barks, I need to just, like, get louder. She can't really hear me. I mean, she probably can, but... The city of Shenzhen would go bankrupt if everybody just reused wall warts. True. I had a wall wart once, and we did the whole testing on stream. We were like, what the hell is up with this wall wart? What's it doing? When I would plug in to this like fan thing that I made like a rack panel fan thingy that would respond to temperatures, and everything was just wrong with it. It was like getting a weird signal on ground, and things were just really weird. Like it was genuinely a phenomenon what this thing was doing. Okay, the stripe is the pin. And so we took it apart, and it turns out all the capacitors in the wall wart blew up. And this is something I had plugged into my computer desk permanently, and it had blown up, and it was like a fire hazard. It would have blown up and killed me. I'm lucky it didn't start a fire. I don't know. It's like the dog barking itself shouldn't be that distracting, but if it's Willow's bark, I'm like tuned into it. I'm like, something is wrong. Willow is barking. Not me listening to Bother yap while taking my final exam. Why? Take your tests. Jeez. All right, so I'm going to hit this thing up at 12 volts, turn on the power supply over here. Forgot to turn it on. This is not like the multimeter. This takes a minute to turn on, but it's okay. There be fire? Possibly. We're hoping not. Everything in my 10-inch work rack is USB-C, so I can fire up a 10-watt wall wart and lower my electric bill. That's kind of cool. Eat the dog. I bought these like plug-in, multi-plug USB-C things because the best power in the shop goes to the multimeter. All right, so 12 volts on the clock. Let's turn voltage up to 12 rather. 12 volts on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Why? There's smoke. There's smoke. Why is there smoke? What blew up? Something blew up. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What blew up? I can smell it. Did I short there? I see a gap. Raid light smoke. Don't breathe this. Did these contact and blow up? Get a little thermal picture of this thing. There's a lot of heat right there. I'm thinking these made contact. Maybe the LED did. Whoa, geez, okay, there goes that. So now that's disconnected. I don't see why I would see smoke from any of these, other than if that is making contact. But again, I see a gap. I'm gonna move it back just a little bit. That may have been the big problem, is that I shorted that out, and that's what caused the voltage regulator to take up smoking. I can't believe that released smoke. This is like the simplest circuit of them all. It's literally like 3 things connected to each other. And why did this turn on? It's IO2 that we chose, right? Hold on, let me check the schematic, or rather check the program. Yoink, all the way to the top, where I have my pins. 4, which is IO2. And then my test chip over here, my test controller. Ground space IO2. Ground space IO2. That's not connected. That's not connected to the CAN. And then we moved that one even further away. Ground. Oh, signal and ground. Wrong one. Wrong one. Trigger and ground. We got to reverse those. That's another one of the problems. Okay, so with wire wrapping, we can at least do that very easily. We don't need a lot of extra wire on this, because you can just rip these up, straighten them back out, and use them once or twice. Usually it's better to strip the wire a little bit. And sometimes it'll leave behind little curly cues of wire. Just get that out of there. Get the wire wrap tool. And make sure that our ground and our trigger are on the right pins. That released smoke. I'm a little concerned for what exactly released smoke. Oh, that just fell apart. Okay, so we won't reuse any of that. I'll just cut this, cut it. Okay. Cannot believe that I got those wrong. I checked over everything too, right? You guys saw me. I checked over everything, but the one thing I didn't, but I did check that over. Yeah, it's a smoke generator and a raid light for ambiance. 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 I don't have any light in here. I can't see what I'm doing. I wanted a fire up the first time, but none of us get to have what we want. So ground here. What did that one do? Yeah, textbook. All right, that's pretty good. All right, and now this one. Shaky hands, shaky hands. Did that? No, that didn't go in. Heard that before. Ha 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 ha. Okay, hold on. Why do you forsake me? There it goes. Okay, got that. Are we doing that one? Not great, but I'll accept it. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't like wrap properly. Okay, cool. Well, those are a little bit more organized. So assuming that we didn't blow up the ESP, .30 AWG wire and a 10 AWG tube. That's what the boys used to say in the locker room, as they say. stupid. Okay, so now this thing should not switch. This thing will still heat up. I'm actually going to put that up again. I'm afraid that the LED is what blew up, though. Hold on, let me take a look here. That LED does kind of look blowed up. Oh, no, that's the resistor. Oh, no, the LED looks okay. So maybe I want to hit this with solder again and sort of cinch it back down to where it's stable. Because I kind of broke it a little bit there. So let's resolder that and make it nice and strong. Just move all these wires out of the way so I can get the big tip down there. Something to watch while I work on something else. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I do. That and something to put on the second monitor at work that looks like working. I've had a lot of people that do that. I'm learning soldering techniques. Ah, stop touching the wires. All right, I hope I didn't blow up my voltage regulator. There's a possibility that I did. Oh, son of a bitch. What's happening here? It's not soldered to the regulator, so I need to stand it up again, get that big old pokey iron in there, and get it to actually solder in. Sorry, that was a random emote. I literally have your streams on in class. Jeez. I hope I'm not the reason you get expelled. Or maybe I should be the reason you get expelled. And then my stream will be more popular. And you won't have an education. It'll be great. Which one was that? Oh, the water gun? Or rather, the glue gun. We actually did use the glue gun today. Today was a good day. I got to use my glue gun. I mean, I didn't AK. I don't know how that goes. I'm getting the order wrong. Okay, so by all means, now, this should work, and we won't, once again, release what little magic smoke we have available to us. And I don't know where the magic smoke came from. If it came from the LM1117, I'm SOL. I'm going to have to redo all of these wires, and I'll just stop stream on a sour note, and I hope I don't have to. I saw the LED for the ESP turn on, but I don't know what we're going to get in the end. So let's just see if we got magical smoke or not. Yeah, okay, the motor's isolated, so we're not running ground out to that. All right. No magic smoke, please. My heart can't take it. In 3, 2, 1. Why is it turning on? Why is it turning on? It is not supposed to be on. Why are you turning on? Do we have... Well, the ESP is dead. Okay. I think we broke the LM1117. Because it's not asserting a low on that line. Let us check. I guess this is also a good heat test. Red alert, red alert. Ooga, ooga. Dive, dive. I think we blew up the ESP, which is fine. I've got plenty of them. That's a summon a police. The police. Oh, can I curse in French? Yeah, 0 volts for the ESP. What the? Negative 9 volts. The fuck? Wait a second. Turn everybody off again. What the hell is happening here? Hold on a second. Why am I getting negative 9 volts on this? What the what's going on? Double check. Barrel equals power. Okay, barrel equals power. Double check. Check the dumb things. Ground goes to ground. Okay. Power goes to power. Okay, that's correct. Power goes to power. Correct. Ground goes to ground. Good. Positive goes to center. Good. That how they make light rotate? There are not many more connections here, so I'm probably thinking, unless this connects to this somehow. No, it does not. It's going to have like 3K. Why is it 5 ohms? The ESP is dead. If power goes to the case with 5 ohms, I think we can call that dead. Let's double check. We got an ESP. I'd check the Amogus for VCC, and that we've got 300 ohms, 300 kilo ohms, 60 kilo ohms, which is more like what we should have. So here's what we do. Pop this thing on the programmer. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of soldering and a little bit of prying up because I've got pretty heavy tape holding that thing in. That thing goes there. Programming wire comes out of here. We go over and we look at our COM ports. That's not our COM ports. Hot glue one on top of the other. That's the broken TV is actually the TV stand. Port. COM4 is permanently connected to the computer. When I take this and I plug it into the plug, port COM5. Send the exact same code, upload. In the meantime, I'm going to get the VHB tape. Steven, I thought you were dead. What is that quoting? Usually I know what everybody's quoting. The thing that concerns me is that we're not going to get 3 volts out of the voltage regulator, but I think the LM1117 is pretty robust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to power this. I'm going to desolder this, and then I'll power it up and see if we get 3 volts. Irish horse sleeping meme. Fenton! Jesus Christ. Yeah, usually I know a lot of references. People are like, Bother knows every single reference. But there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make the cut without Bother. Particularly those international things. Like, you just don't, I don't know. All right, hold one out. This stuff is still sticky enough. I could probably still reuse it. Hard resetting via RTS pin, and we got a blue light. So that's ready to go. I'm going to be nice and actually unplug it first, then rip it out. And now, just in case, I'm going to test. We're being more careful because I've already seen the blue smoke. So if I turn this back on, no lost smoke monster, no lost smoke monster. I see a red light coming out of the voltage regulator. And so I can check from ground over here to our floating power pin. What do you mean overload? Oh, that's ohms. That's too many ohms and not enough ohms. Okay, we'll check from the output pin. That's not right. So like, So I got 12 volts coming out of the voltage regulator. What? Wait a minute, what? Huh? Huh? Why would 12 volts be coming out of the voltage regulator? That is the worst mode of failure. What? What the fuck? Wait. Holy shit. That's a little bit much. That might be, it might be a little bit much. Let me see here. So, I guess desoldering this would probably be the better bet. I don't want to redo all the wire wrap wires, although I guess I have to. This is like the artisan part of the whole thing. How is that LED not blowing up? Do I need to have resistance on it in order for it to drop back? No, that's not how that works. No, that's just a dead reg. All right. Power down, first of all. I was supposed to be triumphant. Actually, it is going to be faster for me just to desolder the regulator. it's actually faster. Oh, I just lost the ground. And now I'm going to rewrap it. I need to make sure those wraps are good, so I'm just going to cut them. Cut and rewrap. We'll use the second regulator that I set up. Just so you can do. Oh yeah, that was the spark we saw. Oh yeah, that's done. That's pretty bad. It's gonna be a little bit of damage there. It's pretty bad. Oh yeah, look at that the little numpily mark. Yeah, that means that it is fresh grilled. This thing is fucked. Okay, so that one we totally popped. My bad. I had this thing sitting straight down on the metal, but I think that's okay because I mean that R and the resistor and the LED are kind of far away. I think mostly what happened is it just kind of ate itself when we sent power the wrong way around. Yeah, that's where the smoke came from for sure. For sure. Okay, so our other regulator is over here. That took me a little while to set up. So I didn't expect this to take an entire stream, but I guess it did. So I am going to send it. We're going to solder the ESP back in before I swap this tip out. And then we'll do everything else. I need a surface to solder on, though. I'll just do it straight up on this. Because we also have our little piece of tape on the vise, so. That was the wrong kind of smoke show. All right, new piece of tape. Now we just need to put the wires on. The red wire is floating right now. I've just got it right here. So we can at least do our VCC wire. All this stuff is starting to pile up on the desk. Solder. So now the one with the 1 mark is dead, and I've got to find a new ESP to go in there. These are $1, so it's not that big of a deal that I blew it up. It's just a little bit of an ego punch. Yeah, I probably need to order a bunch more. They're probably $2 now, and the RP2040s are $2.50 or something. Or no, they're just $2. The RP2040 ripoffs that I can get and the little Zhao boards, and I like those more because I don't like having internet on a lot of my projects. But the more interactive stuff we do, the more ESP8266s I'll want to use because these are a less powerful microcontroller and they're really good for jobs like flip switch. So, oh no, my red wire. No, don't lose it. I almost lost it. Almost completely lost it. Yeah, I'm going a little later today. The other people in the house can deal with the dog. I will, of course, take her for a walk. once I finish, but I want to get this project done. At least this part of this project. I need to build the second one still. But I feel bad having 3 streams for this, something as simple as this. So I'd like to finish this, and then we can move on to saltier shores. 20 or 30. It's too many. It's too many. Give them a home. Don't be like Speedy and just collect gear. You got to use the stuff you're collecting. Don't end up like me. Do I tape this down now? I guess I should. Okay, we can't see there, so let me hold on. 100 USB-C through holes. Those are useful, and I don't have as many of them as I think I probably should. I'm not going to be able to peel the tape once I get it soldered, so let me undo the stickum and then put it down, and then we'll solder it in place. To which I plea, where are my tweezers? I found them. Oh God, you can just see me working in this stupid lens. There. The pins are so close to bare metal. They're okay. They're far enough away. And the motor is isolated, so we shouldn't really be seeing... Let me just double check. It would be kind of weird if 12 volts somehow made its way onto that bracket. Wait a minute. If that bracket is on ground or power, connecting the tab, the heatsink tab to it would charge it with either output, ground, or power. Because I think it is a connection on here. So if I do ohms, and I do this to VN. Hold on, I gotta stabilize myself. 2 kilo ohms. That one is continuity. So V out would be on the bracket, and the bracket is connected to... How? How is that? So that's what happened. The bracket is connected to positive power when this thing switches. It wouldn't be connected over here. Why is that? Oh, it is. So the bracket is actually at 12 volts. So maybe we didn't break that regulator, but we can't attach it the way we wanted it to without like a quartz pad on it. That's why we saw 12 volts on the output, and why we fried the ESP, and then the voltage regulator also just decided to tank itself at the same time. So good call. Good call, Plushmaster, for getting me to test that. I don't know how they managed to get the body of this thing to be at 12 volts. That's kind of crazy that they were able to manage that. Maybe it's a connection inside the motor. Maybe it's something to do with the little spinning, the whirligig. That's highly unexpected. What up, Tikun? Good morning. The other side of the planet. Sun's going down over here, big guy. Oh man, I got to redo all that connection. And I don't have a good heatsink anymore. Unless I just connect V into this. No. No, because then I think it bypasses, because I think it's this side, not this side. Although I am connecting both of them. So yeah, that's going to be at 12 volt potential the whole time. Weird. Okay, all right, we can deal with that. Let me resolder these things. Check that I've got enough gap. That's enough gap. All right, now we just do the ground wire. Which went where? Where's the ground wire? That would have been completely orphaned, so there's positive. Did ground fall over here? Might have. Whoa! What happened? I switched scenes! Don't look at me! Yeah, here's the ground wire. Can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to have a raid light by the end of stream, and it's not working. It's not working for your buddy O'Bother. He's having a day of it. It's so far away, I can't see what I'm doing. All right. You give him a fart button and everybody's a critic. I need to back the wire off a little bit. I think that's connected to ground. I just don't want to push my luck. Do you get a lot of raids? No. I get some pretty cool raids when I do put raid in the title of my stream. Maybe that's a strategy in the future. But, typically not really. I don't really get a lot of raids. What did I melt? The smell melt. Weird. Okay, so these all come around the bend where they will connect to... That doesn't seem right. It seems way too short. But anyway, this will go... No! I said go, not run away. Where did it go? Ah, my mic! Jesus. I'm losing it. It begins in summertime where people sometimes tend to visit outside. What is that? I've never heard of that. There it is. Okay. Oh, jeez. What a slog. Why is that at 12 volts? It must be something to do with the motor, the way the motor's set up, because the wires that go into this, there's a solid one that goes straight up this shaft. Wait, and ground is connected to this bracket. Oh, so that must have been it. No, ground is connected to the metal. I did notice that. That's where this wire goes. So they've grounded the outside of this. Ground the outside, ground the outside. And we shorted it out. That's what happened. Okay, all right, so we're correcting all of that now. This is just going to sit over here, which is precarious on both sides there, unless I were to connect the ground pin, which would be totally useless in terms of sinking out our heat. So we're not going to do that. Outside is bad graphics and the gameplay sucks. It's not so bad. Get used to it eventually. All right, we're going to cut all these to similar lengths, because one of them is now hilariously short for some reason. Why is that so short? Well, it's because I just found a random wire to solder to it, but I don't know why it's so short. Why are you so short? We'll make them equidistant, and then I'm going to figure out where I want to put the little voltage regulator. I'll probably just stick it like right in this area right here. But I'm losing a lot of wire on some of these. And then wire wrap tool, and then I got to do some wire wrapping. We'll bring it out to do it over here. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ya. That's, what's his name? Uncle Roger. There we go. Teaching everybody to say fuyo and haya, aya. Overemphasized, and I said haya, which is not what you're supposed to say. Yeah. Wire wrapping. Ancient technology revealed. And then this one. Ugh, I don't like it when it pulls really hard on the wire, because then that can break some of the connections. All right, yellow one first, and that power in goes into the one closest to me. So this gets loaded up. It's weird without the thing on the back. My secret compartment. Yeah, emotional damage. Was that from something else? Was that, and he took it on, or did he? I don't know if he invented emotional damage. I think that was a meme before that. He certainly rekindled the popularity of emotional damage. Okay, that's that one. The pros at wire wrapping do a much better job. So it's in, out, and then both grounds on the last post. So I'll do this one next. For its one stop. No additional sensors on this thing. Feels like a waste, but then you realize it's just an ESP8266, which does not have a whole lot of computing power to itself. Although we were able to get it to sign on to the Twitch API, which is a pretty impressive amount of work for an 8266 to do. Ah, damn it, I slipped. No, and then the whole thing just... Okay, try again. Stephen He. Okay. Yeah, because I remember... I think Adam Johnston was saying emotional... Maybe, no, maybe not him. I remember seeing it somewhere else. Okay, now ground, double ground. Stonehenge is the wire wrap point aliens use to spin the Earth's core. I don't know enough about aliens to really refute that, so I'm going to give you that one. I'm going to have to hand that one to you. That didn't go into the trough. Yeah, this technology, this wire wrap stuff, is the reason that we were able to have really dense field repairable radios in Vietnam. Because you would have all of your chips really close to one another. And then in order to add connections to the chip, you would wire wrap around the post for the chip on the other side of the board. And so you have these very, very dense circuits with like many, many layers of just wires. And if something happened and you happen to be in a situation where you could actually effect some kind of a repair, then you could repair it in the field. I just double wrapped that. I don't know if that's actually going to work. Maybe. I hope it'll work. That's a little weird. So it's either like this or I loop it like to the interior a bit more. I'm just going to leave it like this loose for now, and we'll see what kind of heat this thing produces in operation. It shouldn't be too bad, but we don't know. These LM1117s seem to generate a lot of heat, and I don't know if adding that little bit of wire wrap wire is actually going to save us from it or not. I liked my method of having it on the bracket, but I need like one of those quartz pads that they put on FETs and stuff if I really want to run that way. For now, I'm just going to let it sort of be open in the air. One of the wires is a little bit tight because we did multiple edits to the wiring here in the scheme of things. So maybe I can just wrap it around somewhere. I mean, now we're on top of the antenna, but we should be close enough to all the Wi-Fi stuff that this won't have a bad effect on my baby. No, I can't really figure this out. All right, I'm just going to stuff it where it was, which is just vaguely over here. We'll just see what happens when we power it up. Craziest thing are those 1970s wire wrap robots doing thousands of connections in seconds. Wonder what happened to all of those. Yeah, rust. Probably out in a field somewhere. Just include one of your extremely tiny fans. I forget what was going to get one of those fans. I think it was the Burn the Subs relay box. The thing that'll tell me if... a name is subbed, that might get one of those tiny little fans, those little telecom fans. Yeah, it's the LM1117 is literally just throwing heat out. It turns the excess power into heat, which is really inefficient and really annoying. It's annoying, but it's ubiquitous. It's just what we're going to have to deal with in this project. The ESP8266, when it gets on Wi-Fi, should not be taking that much power. But we'll just see. All right, right, 3, 2, 1, power. Boom. Oh boy, that's not good. Why is there a dim light coming from the ESP? I'm going to turn it off again. What do we do? What did I do? Power's to power. There, ground. None of those are connecting. V in. V in. V out, ground. V in, V out, ground. By all means, this should work. I got 12 volts coming in. It's coming in through this. This thing didn't randomly turn on. Ground wire goes to ground. That ground goes to ground. Power pin. Is a little bit sloppy, but it is soldered. Its head is in the right place. This came on dim. This should output 3 volts. LM1117 3V3. I can't see it. Tell me it's not a 5. It's hard to see. I'm looking at the second row of the part number because that tells me what voltage this thing is supposed to put out. I didn't see a light up over here. This didn't light up. Okay, hold on. Let's try from the side lighting with my pen light. .3. Okay, so that is an LM1117 3.3. My power wire is the red wire. It's the center pin. You can see right there it says out. So V in, ground, and out. Those are all connected properly, albeit double wire wrapped, which is not necessarily sanctioned. V in goes to that pin. So that pin is the bottom pin here. And if I flip it, that's VCC. And then below it is ground. Oh, do we need enable? Ouch. Okay, turn that off. Turn it off. Do we need the enable pin? Let's check. I think we do. Wait, do we need specific pins to be... Yeah, I think we do. I remember there having to be all kinds of weird stuff going on. Enabled pulled down is how you reset the chip. So I need to give it... I'm typing with my hands around a drill. Oh my God! What the fuck is that? Okay. God, the internet sucks. Get out of here. Ground pin, UART header, LEDs backwards. That's true. The ESP schematic. The humble ESP8266. I just forget what we did the last time we used one of these. Also known as Chip D. On every boot reset wake up, IO 15 must be kept low, IO 2 must be kept high. What? High run, low flash. Ah, Jesus Christ, this sucks. Okay, I have to figure out how to run this thing. I knew it was a little bit more complicated. I should have known better. Yeah, we have enable, we have 15. So I got to set all this stuff up to run. All right, I'm gonna figure this out later. I'm out of steam. I'm making too many mistakes. This happens at like certain points in projects you get to where the brain gets tired, and then you should by all means take a break, do something. I would get a cup of coffee and come back, but I have obligations. The sun's beginning to go down here in the Northeast a little bit. Maybe not totally. It might just be cloudy out there. But I gotta go walk the dog and stuff. So I'm gonna take my leave. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna figure out how to hook up the ESP. We really have to figure out. It looks like it's going down. In the winter time, it would already be down. But I'm gonna do those additional connections because from what I'm seeing, things will go just fine with this when I get it all connected up. Unfortunately, we don't have that like aha moment at the end of stream where it's like, whoa, everything works, and I'm good at my job. That we don't get that today. We will though. I'll get it working. I'll have one of them working next stream, and we'll work on something else. Because once I get the one working, I can just replicate all the stuff that I did, and it'll go 10 times faster without you guys here, if I can motivate myself. But yeah, it's not copium. It'll work. I'm gonna get it working, and I'll get it working for next stream and put it up somewhere or whatever. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that much of the time it takes that little bit of effort for me doing it personally to get things totally working. There's just a couple little connections that I need to like make little hopscotch connections to, and that's going to require me to just like lock in with the soldering and figure out which pins it is. So I am going to figure this out, and we will get the ESP8266 to actually work. With any luck, I didn't permanently disable the like flash memory or anything like that, and the programming will stick. We'll have to see. I've done this before. I just forgot that you need to do a couple little no, not Alamarine 1 2 3 a couple little extra connections to get everything working. All right, so I got like a buttload of viewers right now. So what do we do with a buttload? Don't answer. Let's see. We go and we look at Twitch, and we see YouTubers. 1G down, 75 up. Okay, so that was the old conversation. We got 3 concurrent viewers, which is amazing. 4 likes is actually really impressive. The Mr. Sark. We're going to raid the Mr. Sark because he's in the back rooms again, and you'll get to see what it looks like, what I'm thinking it should be like when I raid, but I don't want to copy him directly. So let me go to Twitch, and we're going to raid the Mr. Sark. He's a great streamer. He's doing back rooms games, so you guys should have fun there. The Mr. Sark. Bonk. I'm going to be back on Thursday. I will see you all on Thursday. I don't know. Here's the end card real quick. Bada bing. There it is. Yeah, Eden didn't work. So, all right, everybody go watch Mr. Sark. I'll catch you guys later. Have fun. See you later. Goodbye. Now I have to actually hit all of the stop streaming buttons and then go check out Mr. Sark's stream because he can like say stuff to me.